I'm sorry. Oh, wait, what's going on here? Oh, apologize for missing Wednesday's show. As you can hear in my voice, I got really sick again. Part of my end of life. I have no immune system left, so I pick up everything. So it probably won't be a 4-hour show as my voice starts to go. I'll take it easy. I'm also going to be gone at the beginning 2 shows of next week because I'm going to see my daughter and my granddaughters, so that'll be a good time. So while I was gone, a lot of newsworthy things. But what I thought was funny is I don't think people understand. Thank you, I appreciate that. I don't think people understand like the what the fuckness of the world that we're in right now. Now, it's very difficult to talk about American politics. And what really concerns me is that when your ideology becomes your identity, then it is really difficult to have a conversation about anything. Because if one person feels personally attacked by every piece of criticism that has nothing directly to do with them, but it has to do with their ideology identification, then those people do the same thing towards the party, their president, and their president, because Donald Trump is every American's president, whether you voted for him or not. But what really concerns me is this dichotomy of 2 camps that we're starting to develop. Nobody wants to legitimately look at the Democratic Party and say, these are the problems with the Democratic Party. Nobody wants to look at MAGA and the Republican Party, but the MAGA silo inside the Republican Party and say, you were wrong. Let's take a look at where you were wrong. And the biggest problem is you can't have conversations with people because then they're offended that you're intelligent or you're educated or you have an opinion that they can't destroy. Like, while Trump was campaigning, one of the things he kept saying is drill, baby, drill. And one of the things I kept saying was drill, baby, drill is rather irrelevant because we produce more crude oil in America than we can refine. Instead of drill, baby, drill, it needed to be refine, baby, refine. If we want to lower the domestic cost of gasoline, diesel, petroleum products, then we need to take a page out of some European country's playbook. And in my belief, all of the petroleum in America would be government owned. BP wouldn't get a cut, Exxon wouldn't get a cut, Shell, none of them. The government would step in, would federalize oil extraction, oil refining, oil distribution. So why are we importing from South America? Without going into too detailed of an explanation about petroleum products, because Jesus, I could spend the next 16 weeks teaching a undergraduate level course on petroleum. There are 2 main flavors of petroleum, of crude oil. You have sour and you have sweet. And then inside of those, you have 3 major classifications. Some people say 2 and 4. I'm just going to say 3 and 3. Our refineries in the Gulf are not designed to refine the crude oil in America. The refineries in the Gulf are configured to refine imported crude oil. because of the consistency, the viscosity, the thickness, the sulfur content, the crap. What you do is you take a little bit of American oil and a lot of Middle Eastern oil or South American oil, you blend it together, and then the Gulf refineries refine that. Now, they can refine straight imported oil, but as I've talked about many times on the show, American oil produces petroleum products for moving things around. Imported oil produces petroleum products for moving things around and other secondary byproduct chemicals for plastics, for fertilizers, things of that nature. So we import oil because we don't have our oil, our petroleum industry federalized. We produce more barrels of crude oil a day, and then we export that to other countries who seemingly have set up their refining capability to refine our oil, which has always been a massive 3-card Monty, find the lady, and the money's moving around, and it's not enriching Americans, it's enriching private corporations. We continue to have people applaud President Trump and his petroleum policies because his petroleum policies brought the cost of domestic gasoline down by about 80 cents a gallon. And there are people that are literally saying, look how great he's doing. The problem is when you cause... Is every American fed? No. Is every American housed? No. Is every American educated? No. Well, then I don't want to see Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and Mitch McConnell, if he's dead or not, patting themselves on the back about how good of a job they've done. Mamdani up in New York, I hate his fucking policies. I hate the fact that he's able to pull the wool over people's eyes. I solved a $12 billion crisis. No, the fuck you didn't. The governor of fucking New York did. But the people that are so saying socialism works, what Mamdani did, right, is he convinced people that he solved a problem and that socialism works, when all he did was live up to the textbook statement of socialism works great until you run out of other people's money. Right now we have people that are talking about raising the minimum wage. We're going to raise the minimum wage to $25 an hour because that'll fix all of our problems. There was a person who posted this. This is what they posted. Your grandfather paid 10% tax. You pay 50% tax. Your kids will pay 70% tax. And then this isn't progressive taxation, it's generational theft on a payment plan. Payment plan. And so what my response was that my first response was, why are you lying to people? I don't pay 50% in taxes. I pay 37% because that is the highest federal tax bracket. If you add in 3% from state, that takes me to... But I don't have to, because I deliberately said it in a certain way to see how many people would jump on the bait. I didn't defend it, simply stated the facts. Also, it was funny that everyone who pointed out additional taxes added it on to 37%, which means every single person who jumped on that is making $626,000 a year. Most people are in the 22% tax bracket. All those other things they want to talk about, sales tax, property tax, that takes you up to 40, and 40 to 50 is still a wide spread. Here's what people don't fucking get. I don't need people at the bottom of the fucking income bracket to advocate for me at the top of the income bracket about why my taxes are unfair. I'm okay paying 37% taxes. Why? Because the fucking capitalist system that we live in has allowed me to have that level of income. I am more than fucking happy to give $4 out of every 10 to the government, because it still leaves me with 6 out of 10 that a socialist framework wouldn't fucking allow me to make. It allows me the 6 out of $10 that a communist framework would not allow me to make. If we face reality in a communist or a socialist society, I would be forced to work, because from each according to their ability to each according to their need. Even though I'm likely at any given time in a classroom to snap off and have a PTSD episode and fucking kill a student, the society would say your value exceeds your risk. The fucking problem is the people that are at the bottom have no fucking idea about how economics works, but we've created a social media dystopia of this bullshit where everybody with a TikTok is suddenly seen as a subject matter expert because they have 50,000 followers or 100,000 followers. You having a bunch of followers and collecting a bunch of ignorant, uneducated, dyscalculia, not understanding money people doesn't mean you suddenly understand money. TikTok has the cowboy with the cowboy boots, the cowboy hat. He tells people how to set up irrevocable trusts. And every single time his video comes across, he said, you're still teaching people wrong, because if you set up a trust, you cannot be the person who runs the trust and the beneficiary of the trust. It's black letter law. It literally says you cannot be both. You cannot be the executor of the trust and the beneficiary of the trust. People who talk about this shit where they're like, make all your money and then put your money inside of a trust. Why? You have to pay tax on it before you transfer it to the trust. People are like, put your money in a trust and then make money. Trusts, the income that a trust makes is taxable income. As I've said to people, do you have $13 million? No. Stop fucking worrying about a trust. If you don't have $14 million, you shouldn't be worried. You should be saying, I need to get to $14 million so then I can figure out if I need a trust. We need a lot of shit change. Oh, you tried to use the good as the enemy of best is the enemy of better to try to get yourself a role. We need a lot of shit change, and we're just throwing money at consultants again, even though I quite literally exist and have done what they need before. See, this is the problem where more people need to watch NCIS and hear one of Gibbs's rules. Don't waste good. We've created a society right now in America, in the Western world, America and then the rest of the Western world. We've created a dynamic where you start at company A and you get an entry level position, then you go to B, then you go to C to get a supervisor's role, and then you end up back at A 20 years later in a management role. But there's two other people that have been cycling around at the same time as you, and every time you move companies, the company loses money. Every single time you have to onboard somebody, 45 to 60 days of reduced productivity. Give you a great example of this. I saw it all the time in the Air Force, and it was something that I advocated against. The Air Force rotates nearly 100% of its personnel from base to base to base. When I say nearly 100% of their personnel, in my entire career in the Air Force, I only met 3 people that only served at one base and then their deployments and their careers. There was a guy, he did 26 years in the Air Force. He only ever served at McConnell Air Force Base or Korea or deployments. Because every time he would go to Korea, he would use his base of preference return to come back to McConnell. In the eyes of the Air Force, this is really, really bad because he hasn't gone around to other bases to learn and then to share his knowledge. In my opinion, this is really fucking great, because I used to go to this guy all the time to ask him questions. I was a young lieutenant. He was a senior master sergeant. I used to just buy him a coffee, go into his office and ask him questions, because he knew the evolution of the base. I mean, he'd been at McConnell for so long, he could tell you when the air base wing concept went away and the airlift wing concept came in. He was able to articulate when the 6 different functions of the LRS, the Logistics Readiness Squadron, which is where I served, all got rolled into one squadron. And he was able to talk about McConnellisms. That's actually really, really good. Without him, I wouldn't have there would have been nowhere else for me to get this education. What I said, I wrote a paper and I said, the military has it wrong. You shouldn't be looking to rotate 100% of your personnel base to base. You should be looking to keep 50% of those personnel at that base for their whole career. 30% of your personnel should only rotate inside of the command. And then your best performers are the ones that should go from command to command, AMC to ACC, ACC to AFMC, so that they take best practices and share those around. Number 1, knowledge base. Number 2, identification of flawed training. Number 3, stability for your people. I don't think people understood. A lot of civilians say, oh, it's so great for the military members because you make a bunch of money. Because you get basic allowance for housing. That allows you to buy a house on the taxpayer's dollar. Except you oftentimes don't live there long enough to make enough profit over your 2 closing costs. If you keep cycling, you increase everyone's general knowledge at the expense of specialized knowledge. Right. And that's what the military moved to. The Air Force. The Air Force moved to a lot of its officers being generalists instead of specialists. They want to be able to reach into a bin and pull out any person and put that person in a peg. Like, for example, I remember I was the installation deployment officer and I got a tasking for a LRO. And it didn't have any details about what the LRO would be doing. Now, I'm an LRO, so I pushed back on the tasking and I said, hey, the deployment description is completely blank. I am not going to just give you a body. I need to know what that body is going to be doing. Well, I was in 02. I had an 06 call me and rip me a new ass and say, how dare you have the audacity to challenge the tasker? And I respectfully, sir, I can go up to my 06 and let him know about it, and my 06 can then call, because then my 06 is a base commander. So you'll be 06 to 06, but it'll still be this. They'll be looking down at you. So a little while later, I got information about the tasking. They needed somebody to organize, facilitate, etc. A morale center, a gym, essentially. I kicked the tasker back and I said, this is not what an USAF 21R does. This is what our force support officers do. We have an officer that manages gyms and manages defects and manages morale and manages payroll and personnel. They're generalists as well. He got pissed and he said, young man, I know what I want. Fine, then I'll do it. If you're going to keep being a dickhead, refused. Because that's in my authority to do. I just refused the tasker. I sent it back with the code, this isn't appropriate. Well, now my boss had to be aware of it because he has to countersign my refusal. I told my boss what was going on. My boss was like, good, fuck him. What? He's like, good, fuck them. If that's how they're going to talk to you, fuck them. Let them call me. They did call him. His response was not fuck them to the guy. It was a very political. We've got to stop us. We've got to live like that. We've got to stop catering to people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. We need to tax Elon Musk into oblivion so he can, hold on. You want to take half of Elon Musk's wealth. Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, AOC, lots of Democrats, they want to take half of his wealth. You want to take $600 billion away from Elon Musk to solve all the problems in the government that you couldn't solve with $40 trillion? His $600 billion is suddenly going to solve what $40 trillion can't. I'm not advocating to not tax the wealthy. I have never advocated to not tax the wealthy. I just think in the yellow column up there, I think there is something that has to happen first. And that thing that has to happen first is that we need to stop wasting money, balance the budget, and then talk about raising taxes on anybody. I'm sorry, but we're providing assistance to millions of people who aren't even entitled to receive it. You can't tax wealthy people without correcting spend. It's a waste of time and money before that. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Because in Donald Trump's big beautiful bucket of bullshit bill, we brought in $5 trillion and we spent $6. 20 cents out of every tax dollar, give or take, goes to pay the interest on the national debt. As long as those things are a reality, you can talk till you're blue in the face. If 2 out of every $10 the government takes in has to pay down the national debt, the interest, not the national debt, just the interest on the national debt, you're never going to get out of that, the hole you're in. You are never, ever, ever going to get out of the hole you're in. It's like when people find themselves in personal finance trouble. And so what they do is they consolidate all of their debt. And then they start getting their credit cards paid off. But then they go back to spending on their credit card. Now they have this consolidated debt of $50,000 and they're right back to having $50,000 in credit card debt. A long time ago in a land far away, my in-laws, not to get too specific, but my in-laws were in a massive amount of debt. If your debt is 5 times your annual income, you fucked up somewhere. But nobody wants to hear that. Now, for the younger generations, as more and more people bring me anecdotal evidence, I'm willing to be a little bit more tolerant to listening, but I'm not agreeing to be a little bit more tolerant to moving the mercury. I have a friend who had to take a $3,000 loan to stay in the apartment they were in. I had to then loan them almost $2,000. It's been 5 months and I ain't seen shit back. I finally had to be an asshole, put my foot down and be like, I gotta get something every month. My daughter's boyfriend lives in an apartment that I provide for the time being, because that shit's gonna end here real quick. He hasn't paid me rent since April 11th. Then my daughter's explaining to her mother, because I don't want to hear it. Well, he got a speeding ticket. It's not my fucking problem. And I think where a lot of people run into an issue is, if I was your landlord, not your daughter's boyfriend, I would have evicted you 2 months ago. Credit cards are supposed to be for emergency only. Okay, so not necessarily. I use credit cards as plastic cash, but I pay my balance every month. Because I get 5% back here, I get airline miles here, I get 7% back. Everything I order on Amazon, if I don't need it right away, Amazon pops me a little thing, says, can we deliver this to you later in the week and we'll give you an extra % back? Yeah, sure, fine, fuck it, whatever. Also, credit cards, like Skeeter said, credit cards are really, really, really good for a level of protection. And I think some people don't know this. Here's your bank. Your bank gives you a debit card and you make a purchase versus your credit card company, a credit card, and you make a purchase. If you use a debit card, the bank is only going to ask the vendor, did you deliver the product? If the vendor says, yes, I delivered the product, it is very, very rare that a bank will do a chargeback off a debit card if the vendor says they delivered the product. Your credit card company, on the other hand, you go to do a chargeback and you say the product was not as advertised. Discover, for me, has probably 20 chargebacks in 10 years for shit that I've bought and then I've had a problem. And then Discover will intervene on my behalf. Like the Disney Corporation charged me $100. I called them. I couldn't get an explanation. So I called Discover and I said, I don't know what this charge is. So they called and Discover got an answer. Oh, it's because you had a missed dining reservation. So I looked 2 charges down and I said, oh, I missed a dining reservation at the Garden Grill. They said, yeah, that's what they're saying. So I copy and pasted my receipt from the Garden Grill into the rebuttal. And I said, then how did you charged me $100, but then I subsequently spent $234. And they're like, oh. And they took the charge off. Your bank would have been like, we can't help you. There's always something coming up for me that I need to use credit card for. I'd rather have my credit card balance available when things happen. And that's fine. That's a good way to do it. Except then you're leaving an awful lot of money on the table. Like, for example, if I don't pay my daughter's apartment rent on my credit card because there's a charge, there's a fee. So I don't pay that on the credit card. I pay all my utilities on the credit card because where I'm at, they don't charge us a processing fee. So, right now it's fucking balls hot. Utility bill is like $300 a month. Just 15 more to 100. So what happens is I get a $300 charge from the city for my utilities. I live in a place where the city gives you all your utilities except your gas. They process your electric. That's cool. I get $15 back. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when $15 every month, I'll take $180 free dollars. Cool. That's a Christmas present for a grandkid. But I could just as easily write a check. We're driving into a situation where nobody is actually at the wheel. Nobody's on the bridge. Nobody knows what direction this fucking boat is going. And we've got a very uneducated, ignorant populace that is being rallied by content creators. As I've said, you should never believe anything I say. You should be challenged or enlightened to confirm or deny what I've said. Although I do want to give a prop out to Asmongold. Asmongold got some big fucking kudo from some... I didn't have a chance to download it, but he got shouted out because he read he spent 7.5 hours reading the Rape Gang report. He took a whole show to read every word. You know, you can't even have a conversation about what different communities need. Because if you talk about another community, you're labeled as a racist, a bigot, an ism. I think the problem is you should never be talking about another community because there is no demographic community that is perfect. Like, the Pope just excommunicated 6 people. And the Pope has threatened to excommunicate 600,000 people out of the Roman Catholic Church. A sect of Catholicism, they appointed their own cardinals. You're not allowed to do that. In Catholicism, only the Pope can elevate you from priest to cardinal. Because then you're a cardinal, you're among the College of Cardinals, then you become empowered to choose the next Pope. You know, cool, if those 600,000 people want to leave the Catholic Church, I'm not going to hold you hostage. You're clearly disenfranchised with the Pope's teachings. with the church's teachings. Go do your thing. But I don't need anybody that's not a Roman Catholic or a member of that group to have an opinion on that. I know it sounds... Jews, keep your opinion to yourself. Muslims, keep your opinion to yourself. Non-Abrahamic faiths, most certainly keep your opinions to yourself. I'll have an opinion on it. I'm a Roman Catholic. It's internal. It's in the house. I'll have an opinion about it. Nobody else should have an opinion about it. And that's what we get. Like, this last Christmas, I keep saying this, and I'm going to keep saying it. I kept seeing all these posts that said, we need to put Christ back in Christmas. And every time I saw that on Twitter, I responded with, no, we need to put the Christ back in Christian. But again, I don't need Muslims calling that out. I don't need Jews calling that out, because that creates unnecessary noise. Look, the Christians will take care of cleaning up the Christians. The Muslims take care of cleaning up the Muslims. The Jews take care of cleaning up the Jews. And then only when you've reached a level of near perfection should you start to have an opinion about anybody else. Carthos sent me something that is, you can't even talk about stuff like this because we get racism. Where was it? Yeah. You can't call people out, because if you do, you're a racist. After 4 years, I would like to reintroduce myself as Dr. Jalen Spain, MD. I now join the 2.6% of black men who are physicians. The journey has been tough, but it has been conquered. 2.6% of black men are not physicians. 2.6% of physicians are black men. These statements are very different. I'm sorry your school failed you. How the fuck did you go to undergrad and med school and not understand there is a huge difference between the total amount of a population being something and the total amount of a population being something? 2.6% of black men are not physicians, because if they were, we would have 500,000 black physicians. There's only 1.09 million licensed physicians in the United States. The per capita struggle is real. You know, you can't even have a conversation anymore with people about anything because they don't want to be told they're wrong. I keep seeing this bullshit of median household income is this and median household price is this, and you should be able to afford a home on the median household income, which you fucking can. So median household income, $77K, give or take. Median home price, $415. So you take $415 and people are like, see, you can't afford that. Because if you take 77,000 and you times it by 3, remember, you take your annual salary, you times it by 3, that's how much house you can afford. People say, well, if I take this times 3, it's only 231. Yeah, ironically, 50% of the homes, 50% of the homes are less than the median price. And when you try to explain that, they're like, you just don't understand math. Excuse me. You don't understand what a median is. The median is the middle. 50% are cheaper than that. So. Now, come on, Bunny, you said black people make up 16 to 20% of the military, which is interesting considering they're only 13% of the population. Okay, so that's not... It's interesting, but it's not abnormal. Because what is the military? The military is a social safety net that is responsible for fixing problematic societal faults. There's an awful lot of impoverished people that join the military. Like, I'll tell you, there are a number of people who join the military because they literally have nothing else going on. When any officer can go to MEPS, to the local recruiter's office. When you sign your contract, an officer has to swear you into the military. Enlisted do not have the authority to swear you into the military. My COVID is fucking killing me. I am jacked up on Dayquil. So I used to go to the recruiter's office. When the recruiter would call me, I was one of the people he could call and be like, hey, I'm jammed up. I'll be like, what do you need? I was like, yeah, the commander is stuck in a meeting. I need to get these 6 kids sworn in. Sure, no problem. I'll be there in a few minutes. Now, I always tried to put on my dress uniform if I could, because some of them around here, for them, it's a really big deal. They're going into the military, they're 3rd or 4th generation Air Force. So I always tried to wear my dress uniform if I could. There was one day, the recruiter called me and he's like, yeah, I got one kid, he's back. We're trying to send him out tomorrow. I said, okay. It's like, this needs to be signed no later than 7 o'clock. I was like, I'm like 2 minutes away, but I'm in my utilities. Can you ask the kid if that bothers him? He's like, he's not going to care. He's got no family, nobody here. So I walked in, swear the kid in. He's off making the copies. I'm talking to the kid. I was like, so you got to go home and pack? And he's like, nope, I'm wearing everything I own. And I'm like, what? He's like, I am literally wearing everything I own. I got kicked out of my house. He's like, this is what I have. That's why the recruiter's trying to get me out tomorrow. Because I literally don't know if I can survive another week to leave for basic. I ran into that kid a couple of years later, doing really good in life. There were kids that arrive at basic training and they literally have nothing. I think instead of this continual conversation about reparations that we keep having, we need to talk about why is the black community still reliant on social safety nets, particularly the military? And the answer is, it's heartbreaking to say, but there is no return. I won't say no. There is very little return on investment from black individuals who get out of poverty, ghetto, impoverishment. They leave. Very few of them pay back to their roots. And the ones that do attempt to stop because it's pissed away money. And I understand that greatly. You leave an area, you try to improve it, and then the people you're trying to help resent you for trying to improve it. So then instead of trying to put money into like an East St. Louis, you put money into wherever your roots are now. Like I live in a subdivision, it's got 272 or 77 homes. I can never remember. A disproportionate number of the people in this community are black. What's a disproportionate number? Well, there should be about, if there's almost 300 homes, there should be about 40 black families in the neighborhood. There's about 70. There's no problems here. We don't have problems. Some of them are from East St. Louis because they joined the military, got stationed here at Scott, retired out of Scott. Many people get their home of record for their last assignment. They moved here. Come on, Bunny says we leave because we gotta trust them. I agree. I don't think many white poor people who get rich stay and improve their communities either. You're right, they don't. But that's not the talking point. Because politicians incentivize them to stay on government assistance in order to maintain a voting bloc dedicated to a party. Yep. This right here is the ultimate problem. When you create a class of individuals, not a race of individuals, but a class of individuals that are reliant on the government, they'll vote for the party that keeps giving them a handout. Like my daughter came to a realization the other day. My daughter right now, in this junction in life, my daughter needs to be able to focus on therapy. My daughter needs to be able to focus on her medical condition. My daughter asked me, she's like, how long will I be on Social Security disability? I said, until you're better. Because the amount of money you'll get every month for the rest of your life isn't going to be a very good life. Like, I paid more in 4 meals at Disney than her rent. Like, you're never going to live the life I live that you lived when you were a kid unless you get healthy, get your medical condition fixed, get therapy, get a framework, and then go do. What hurts my soul as an American is how many people are struggling to get out of poverty, while at the same time, there's people that are wallowing in poverty and don't have a problem with it. I think
parental rights are not a thing.
I think I downloaded something from Jimmy Carr. Jimmy Carr is amazing. I think Jimmy Carr is the new George Carlin. He's the new voice of philosophy dressed up as a comedian.
How rich are you?
How rich am I? Well, let me put it in terms you'll understand, sir. I've got 100 money. I don't know. If having, I think rich is relative, right? I think there might be many rich people in here this evening. And here's how I define rich. If having more money wouldn't change what you do, then you're rich.
If having more money wouldn't change what you do, then you're rich. There's also the issue. Oh, hold on. The way I see it, black on black crime isn't a middle class or upper class black problem. It's a poverty black problem. I'm glad Come On Bunny is black so that I can have this go back and forth and not be labeled a racist. I think that anybody who says that there's not a problem with the disproportionate amount of offenders, and then their immediate response is, but blacks are over policed. Okay, so if I have to choose one unit of policing, and that unit of policing is either going to A, go after the crack house, or B, go after the cocaine dealer, the truth of the matter is I want the one unit of policing to be spent on the crack house. Why? Because the crack house creates a danger to the neighborhood. The cocaine dealer dealing cocaine to lawyers and, models and actresses and actors. Sure, when I get around to it and I have one extra unit of policing, I'll go after the cocaine dealer. But when I look at how much juice do I get for the squeeze, if I can shut down a crack house, I get primary, secondary, tertiary responses immediately to that neighborhood. If I shut down the cocaine dealer, the reality of the matter is they already have their second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth dealer on speed dial in their phone anyway. I think the war on drugs is stupid. I think we need a war on drug dealers. We don't need a war on drug addicts. We need a war on drug dealers. I think the war on poverty is stupid if the war on poverty becomes a war on poor people. We need to wage a war on the systems that keep people in poverty. And the biggest one of those systems is, as I say, education. There's also the issue that transitioning from benefits to working often requires you to manage a period of time where you make less than when you just received benefits. Yes, which is why Social Security has a wonderful program called the Return to Work Program, so that I think it's 18 months. As you attempt to come off of your disability, you will never make less than what you were making on your benefits. And then if you can't get a job that properly sustains yourself because of your disability, your lack of ability to work, then before that 18-month period is over, you stop. and then you don't have to reapply. It is a much better way to try to get people to try to go back to work. If they don't have to come off the benefits, go back to work and then reapply to get their benefits. But it also brings us back to, there's a lot of people that want to talk about what basic needs are, but they don't understand that a house is not a basic need. Housing is a basic need. A house is not. A 110 square foot government provided dormitory fills your Maslow first hierarchy of need, your physiological need of housing. You don't need a 3,000 square foot house. You earn a 3,000 square foot house because you want one. Well, Jay, 110 square feet, that's ridiculous. Yeah, welcome to an Air Force dorm. And by the way, in that 110 square feet, you oftentimes have a roommate. Because it's better to be in poverty. Because it's better to be in poverty than just be outside of poverty. Because just outside of the poverty means no government assistance. You're right. And this is the problem we have over and over and over again. If you make 25K, you get 40K in government assistance. You make 40K, you get no assistance. Which is what my godson's mother goes through. My godson's mother makes just over what eliminates her from benefits. Well, she not anymore because she got married and her husband is a BMet. He makes good money. But it should be prorated. If you make 40K, then you should only be eligible for 25K in benefits. But I heard some fool-ass content creator say the other day that supply and demand doesn't apply to housing. He's trying to preach about economics, and he's talking about how supply and demand doesn't apply to housing. Dude, it doesn't matter if housing is a necessity. Supply and demand still impacts it. It's the same thing with the people with the gasoline right now. I've heard people say supply and demand doesn't apply to gasoline because what am I going to do? Not drive? Right, but what you're going to do is you're going to start being smarter about how you drive. If the cost of gasoline is where it's at, maybe you and your neighbor who live next door to each other leave for work just about the same time every day, get off work at just about the same time every day. Maybe you and your neighbor put your fucking brain cells together and realize we're each spending $200 a week on gas. Maybe we should fucking carpool. Get a more fuel-efficient car as well. The problem with that statement, though, Salty Bread, is when you're broke, you don't have the money to get a more efficient car because you're upside down in your car payment. Which is why when I say to people, you should never buy a new car, they get mad. They're like, I don't want to buy a used car because I'm not a scrub. Look, motherfucker, if you weren't a scrub, you wouldn't be taking financial advice from me. Like, you want to go to the car dealership, you want to spend $60,000 on a new car, go right ahead. I'm never going to do that. I am absolutely never going to buy a new car again. There's no fucking point. It was $60,000. The moment you drove it off the lot, it was $52,000. Within the first year, it's $30,000. You're paying a loan with a $48,000 balance on it for an asset that's worth $30,000. It also takes many years for the return on investment. Could take 10 to 15 years easily. Yeah. A little bit shorter now with gas at $4.20 a gallon, but yeah. It's like my wife. Oh yeah, it's like buy a crappy Toyota. They will still be more fuel efficient than those large pickups. Right, the people that are spending $300-400 a week driving around in a pickup truck. I met a girl. She was kind of funny, and then it didn't go anywhere. She got mad. She liked me. She thought I was cute. She thought I was charming. She thought I was funny, but I didn't drive a truck. I drove a sedan. And she says, why don't you drive a truck? And I said, I have a truck. She's like, her eyes got all bright. You have a truck? I said, yeah, I've got a crappy Ford F-150. It's got a bumper sticker on it that says yes/no. Yes, this is my truck. No, I won't help you move. She's like, you should drive a truck. Chicks like trucks. The reason why this is back in the late 90s. There's a reason why girls call them pick-em-up trucks. My vehicle is determining whether or not you want to date me when I'm driving a sedan. No thanks. Not interested in you. Not interested in you at all. We can go separate ways now. Yeah, big problem around here. Everyone owns a truck, but none of them need it. I laugh my balls off when I see somebody with a $60,000 truck and a $5,000 Rhino lining in the back of it, and the Rhino lining is pristine. If you've got fuck all money, then drive whatever you want. But don't be complaining about the $60,000 truck payment with the $5,000 Rhino lining if you ain't ever hauling anything in the fucking back of your truck. Why did I have a Ford F-150? Because I restored furniture. Because I flipped houses. I needed something to move shit around. I didn't drive the truck around town because it had shit gas mileage. But if you try to say that to people, you're just trying to control my life. I think that's why everybody has stopped caring. They all look inward. They're like, no, it's not that I don't care. It's you're just a fucking moron. How rich are you, Jimmy? Let's see.
Let's follow the money on this, because the math is devastating. Seattle's minimum wage just hit $21.30 an hour as of January 1st, 2026, the highest of any major city in the United States. And the city eliminated the tip credit in 2025, meaning restaurants can no longer count tips toward that wage requirement. The full $21.30 comes out of the restaurant's operating margin every single hour, every single shift. Now, restaurants run on the thinnest margins in all of American business. We're talking 2 to 6% profit on a good year. When your mandated labor cost jumps close to 20% in a single year, the math stops working overnight. And Seattle's restaurant owners will tell you exactly how that felt. The owner of Belgato, a bakery in West Seattle, hung a sign on the door. It said, "Our revenues are not able to cover the close to 20% increase in mandated wages, salaries, and payroll taxes put into effect by the Seattle City Council." Bebop Waffle Shop, a West Seattle institution for more than a decade, closed on New Year's Eve. The owner said the increase would cost her $32,000 more per year. Her words, "This is financially just not going to make sense anymore." Jackson's Catfish Corner, a 40-year institution in Seattle's Central District, gone. The owner said it directly. "With the minimum wage at $20 an hour, it digs into our profit margins. I see many local businesses closing for the same reason. The Jilted Siren in Capitol Hill, Wooden City Tavern in Green Lake, Skillet, which had multiple locations, gone, and gone." Downtown Seattle lost an estimated 13,000 jobs in 2025 alone, the steepest single-year decline since the pandemic. Office vacancy rates in Seattle's Central Business District hit over 32%. Some of downtown's most valuable office towers have lost more than half their assessed value since 2021. 32% vacancy, half the assessed value, in one of the most famous urban cores in America. And while all of this was happening, while restaurants were closing their doors and businesses were quietly filing relocation paperwork, Seattle's mayor was at a university event waving goodbye to anyone uncomfortable with the direction. Now, let's bring it down to the human level, because this is the part that always gets lost in the policy debate. Imagine you've been shucking oysters at the Walrus and the Carpenter for 7 years. You know the regulars. You know which boats bring the best oysters on which mornings. You've watched the place go from a neighborhood spot to a nationally acclaimed restaurant. Your entire professional identity is built around that kitchen. And then you get caught in the middle of a dispute that's been grinding for 15 months. A first contract that never got signed. Benefits that got cut without warning. Hours that quietly shrank while management said they were bargaining in good faith. You voted unanimously to strike. You walked that picket line because you had no other option. And now the restaurant is closed. You didn't get relocated to Dallas. You didn't get a package. You're not working from home. You're just done. And the restaurant you helped build into a James Beard finalist is just gone. That's not a policy debate. That's a person's life. Now multiply that by every server at every restaurant that closed this year in Seattle, every barista, every dishwasher, every cook at a place that did the math on January 1st and quietly turned the sign off for good. Those people don't appear in the mayor's speeches. They don't show up in the progressive victory lap. They're just gone. And here's where it all connects. Because the Walrus and the Carpenter isn't the only famous Seattle name in the news right now. Starbucks, the most iconic brand in Seattle's history. The company that turned a single Pike Place Market coffee shop into 35,000 locations across 80 countries. Starbucks is moving 2,000 corporate jobs to Nashville, Tennessee. Information technology, supply chain management, $100 million investment in a city that isn't Seattle. And Mayor Wilson's response? She stood on the picket line. She called for a boycott. She told the people of Seattle not to buy their coffee. The Washington Post editorial board called her arrogant. A city council member who'd been on her own transition team, Rob Saka, said publicly that he was gravely concerned. Even John Scholes, the president of the Downtown Seattle Association, a man who helped Wilson transition into office, said Seattle's business climate was at a tipping point.
Job growth in our city last year softened. We lost jobs.
Here's the problem. Socialists, I saw, oh no, the socialist thing that never happens is happening again. Right. The problem with people who want to talk to you about socialism, you notice that people that are knee deep into socialism come here, they start to argue with me about socialism, and they start quoting like Marx, Engels, Lenin, and I say, okay, well, which one do you want to talk about? They're like, they're all the same. Fucking stop. First of all, socialism is not designed to be a long-term anything. Remember, socialism, for people that don't get this, what you have here is you have a Venn diagram, and this is economic models, and this is political models. Democracy is a political model. A republic is a political model. A monarchy is a political model. Capitalism is an economic model, right? The problem here is socialism and communism are neither an economic model nor a political model. And the first thing the fucking socialists always want to jump up and down and say, well, you can have a socialist democracy. Yes. Because when it exists there, they're a societal model. They're not an economic model or a political model. They are a societal model. You can pull things out of any societal model and put them into a political model or an economic. They're like the universal Lego piece. You just got finished building your Death Star and you're missing one gray block. You don't have to buy a whole nother Death Star kit. Why am I in politics? Because I'm talking about politics. You don't have to go buy a full other Death Star model. You can go into your box of spare parts and pull it out. Say, okay, I can fix this. There is nothing wrong with social safety nets. There is nothing wrong with socialist ideas. The minimum wage, great idea. OSHA, great idea. Universal basic income, terrible fucking idea. Healthcare for all, great idea as long as you explain it to your population what percentage of their paycheck they're going to give up. Because the way the American Democrats present universal healthcare is it's universal healthcare for you. The EU has all the way. Deltoid, do me a fucking favor, right? Shut the fuck up. Because no, they don't have all that. Europe does not have free healthcare. Europe does not have free healthcare. Europe has government-provided healthcare. European Union countries have the highest taxes of anywhere. You pay 65% or more. No, Europe doesn't have free healthcare, you numbnuts, and don't talk to me about what Europe has, because you don't know anything about me. I do understand what free means. Free means there's no cost to anybody. By the way, why the fuck are you coming into a channel with a streamer who's a dual citizen? I can go to Europe right fucking now. No, you're a fucking moron. I can go to Europe right now and get healthcare. Period. I'm an Irish citizen. So how the fuck are you going to come in here and tell me I don't understand what I have access to? Here's a better question for you. Dude wants slave labor nurses and doctors. When did I say that, dumbass? When the fuck did I say that? Free, asshole. That's what free means. That's what free means. It means no cost to anybody. That's why nobody has free healthcare. Free healthcare is a false step. So how do doctors get paid? By the government. Because it is government provided healthcare. Europeans pay so that everybody has healthcare. And that's where the American Democratic Party loses the message. Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, AOC, what they all say is, we want you to have health care. Someone has to pay eventually, you short-minded freak. No shit, numbnuts. That's why it's not free, but you just said they have free health care. Your dumbass literally said they have free health care. Here, I'm going to help you out. Because you clearly don't get it. So I'm going to put all your dumb shit on the screen and then probably be rid of you. You literally said EU has free health care. You just don't understand what free means. And then, what did you say? Right over there. Someone has to pay eventually. If someone has to pay eventually, I thought you said it was free. Europe does not have free healthcare. Europe doesn't have free healthcare. It has taxpayer-provided healthcare. It's not free by any definition, including by Salty Bread, who's a fucking European who's telling you that you're wrong. So you have a dual citizen telling you you're wrong and a European telling you you're wrong. It's paid for by taxes. Like my father paid European taxes almost his whole life and never used the services. You can be wrong with dual citizenship. Okay, you're right. I could be wrong. But you're telling me that doesn't in any way stop you. Right. You know what? Here. You've just become... I don't need him. We're done. This is, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of the show, what I talked about was that you can't have a conversation with people with their head up their ass. You simply can't. The problem is, there's no such thing as free. There's no such thing as free if the government is giving it to you. If the government is giving it to you, it is not free. It is taxpayer provided. It's why it's normally referred to as universal health care or national health care, not free health care. Yes, exactly. My father paid taxes in Europe for services he never used because he had children in Europe in case they needed those services. That is what the Democrats in America miss on the messaging. It's not free. This guy's going on and on about how, and there is no money in the federal budget for universal health care. We will only have to increase taxes and bottom 50% only pay 1%. Yeah, there is no money in the federal budget for universal health care when we spend $3 trillion a year on health care in America and we only take in $5 trillion a year. So you'd have to cut $3 trillion a year out of the budget. If you only have 1.09 million registered physicians and you suddenly give everybody government provided health care, where are we going to get the additional 500,000 physicians we need? Now, notice I didn't say 500,000 physicians. We still have to keep replacing the 1.09 million. But we also have to add on 500,000 physicians, about 500,000 nurses, about 1 million med techs, and about 250,000 med admin. Now, I don't mean hospital administrators. I mean med admin, the people who do the paperwork, make sure your file is updated. We can get the doctors, but will the people support additional taxes? No. More medical infrastructure means more schools, more jobs. No, it doesn't. God of Ping, here's the problem. We can't even fill all the jobs we have in America with Americans. We have to import doctors on H-1B visas. Why? Because we are not producing a caliber of students high enough to succeed in med school. Why does med school have such a high attrition rate? Because we have a generation of people that were told you can do anything you want, when the answer is you can do anything that you're willing to bleed, sweat, and cry for. We have people going to med school who fail out in their second year. Why? Because they're not ready to be there. Case in point, 54% of Americans read at or below the 6th grade level. That's of Americans. That's not just of students. That's of Americans. 54% of Americans read at or below the 6th grade level. but we send 63 to 66% of high school graduates to college. Why do we know off the bat we're sending 9 to 13% of people to college that are going to fail out? Question. Why is a med admin doing that and not just happening as the doctor does their thing? We rarely have a second person in our GP rooms, and they're typically training. No. Supra, what I'm talking about is I'm not talking about the doctor's notations. I'm talking about this, right? When I got sick last year and they discovered the first of the nodules in my lungs, what that did was that required a 1-year mandatory recheck, which I just had. Well, my doctor writes that on a Post-it note. My doctor hands that file to the clerk. The clerk then goes into my record, annotates the findings, schedules a year out for the CT scan. Could the doctor do that? Yes. But now the doctor isn't seeing 6 patients an hour. The doctor is seeing 3 patients an hour. I don't want the doctor doing admin work. I want the doctor doing doctor work, making a note, and then the admin person. Like yesterday, we had to call my daughter's PCM, primary care manager. You guys call them PCPs, primary care physician. We didn't talk to the doctor. We talked to the nurse. The nurse talked to the doctor. Because the nurse only needs to ask a 3-second question, right? And so we spent probably an hour talking to the nurse, but all the nurse asked the doctor was, should Melly Umpkin be taking this medication? And the doctor said, fuck no, I need to see her next week. So that's what the nurse was doing. Now the nurse isn't going to sit there and schedule that appointment. The nurse is going to write it on a Post-it note, kick it over to the med admin person, because now you're paying a person $30,000 a year to do the $30,000 a year job. You're paying the nurse the $70,000 a year to do the $70,000 a year job. And the doctor, yeah, he got paid $100,000 to say, should she be on this med? No, that's it. Let's see. I'm not sure more medical schools would solve your issue at this point, since you might not even have enough qualified applicants. We don't have enough qualified applicants. And I saw somebody say it. We need to, basically, root cause of every problem is schools. Yes, the root cause of every problem is the lack of education. If you have, I'm just going to make up a number. You have 5,000 seats in med school this year, right? Your system is working if you have 5,700 applicants. Your system is not working if you only have 420 applicants. Or 4,200 applicants. Either one works. If you're not getting more applicants than you have seats, hey, fuck off with the fucking racist bullshit. That is your one warning. That is your one fucking warning. You throw racism, I don't need you here. You can fuck right off with that shit. Fuck right off with your racism. And just to be clear, if you say another racist thing, I'll just fucking, you'll lose the Twitch account. Jews are smart. How is that racist? Well, first of all, because you're calling them Jews, and that's not first of all, Jews aren't all smart. So, you're not automatically to the right of center because you're Jewish. You're not automatically right of center because you're Asian. Your culture produces it, not your genetics. There are some people that are left of center because of their genetics. But right of center, you can take a brilliant person with all the right gifts, put them in poverty, and they won't amount to anything. You could take a person destined for greatness, and you put them in a shitty situation, they become a shitty outcome. Also, we don't need to call them Jews. Because are you talking about ethnic Jews? Are you talking about national Jews? Are you talking about religious Jews? Because I don't think somebody who happens to follow Judaism is any smarter than anybody else. That's why we don't need to be throwing around the phrase, Jews have to make Jews to have more, we just have to get the Jews to make more babies. We can get as many smart people as we need just to have far more Jews. And the fact that you know that's a racist statement, and then you tried to say, oh, not me, makes you a fucking coward. You know what you were doing. You're used to not getting called out. You got called out. You put your hands up and you said, I'm not a racist. The moment you say, I'm not a racist, means you know you're a racist. But, case in point, that deltoid individual comes around here all the time. He's a fucking moron. They have free healthcare. No, they have taxpayer-provided healthcare. I would rather pay, personally, I would rather pay more taxes and have a system that works than have what we have now. And not that my opinion is more valuable than anybody else's, but I'm already paying a stupid amount of taxes every year. Right? And I would have no problem paying more taxes if shit worked. Like, for example, my daughter, I was supposed to drive to Disney last week while I was there. My daughter decided she wanted to be in the summer musical. Fine. Fine. Ended up costing me about $2,600 more to take last week's vacation. Wasn't happy about it, but my daughter really wanted to be in the summer musical. No problem. When I got to the airport, both airports I fly out of, I clear security in maybe 3 minutes. It bothers me that TSA closes down when on every plane ticket reservation there's a block of fees for running TSA. There's a post 9/11 security fee. That post 9/11 security fee should go into a fund to run TSA. If that fund is full, leave it the fuck alone. Don't pull out of it. Stop fucking charging it. Hey, we've got $2 billion in surplus here. We're gonna reduce the 9/11 security fee by 40% for the next couple of years because let's make flying cheaper. But that security isn't free. It's paid for by taxes. Lack of education, lack of opportunity, learned helplessness are the biggest problems facing facing America. It's not lack of opportunity. We've got to stop saying it's lack of opportunity. We've got to stop saying it's lack of opportunity. There's more opportunity in America than there are people taking advantage of those. Yes, the US attacked Iran because Iran opened their mouth, because Israel won't abide by the peace accord, because Israel doesn't have to abide by the peace accord because they never agreed. Donald Trump didn't realize the prime minister of Israel isn't on the same team as him. Africa doesn't produce enough food to feed themselves. All other continents are food self-sufficient. Incorrect. Flat wrong. Flat wrong. America is not food self-sufficient. If America was food self-sufficient, why do we import millions of pounds of beef? America would be self-sufficient if people ate soy, which we don't. I think you need to stop making statements and actually go look at them. No, we have plenty of beef. We have plenty of good beef. We export beef. Again, it's another one of those things. We export our high-end beef. No, we have high beef quality as well. What we don't have is beef that meets other countries' import standards due to inspection. USA produces surplus in grain. Yes. Your argument is just wrong. We have capacity to produce our food. Okay, I'm gonna teach you something. Where unfortunately for you, I'm gonna have to make an example out of you because you seem to have this problem of you think you're the smartest guy in the room. You're not. So what you said was Africa doesn't produce enough food to feed themselves. All other countries are food self-sufficient. I tell you, no, this isn't the case because America isn't, because we import food. And then you switch the goalposts to, your argument is wrong. We have the capacity to produce our food. To which I said, we have the ability to produce our food if Americans start eating soy, which we don't. we export soy. So, I said continents. Read, motherfucker. Okay, let me go one better for you. Why do continents matter when continents don't rule themselves? Countries inside of those continents do, motherfucker. What else you got? Tell me which continents are food self-sufficient. And then I'm going to ask you, why is there such a massive food import-export? America is not food self-sufficient when it comes to bananas. America can only grow less than 1% of its banana need. So, we are not food self-sufficient in bananas. Could we choose to remove bananas from our diet? You are just too stupid to argue anything. No, the problem, kind American, is here's your problem. You're used to running into other people with a double-digit IQ and no education. You think that your ability to throw out bullshit and have it accepted other places is going to work here. You don't know the first thing about me. You make assumptions about your own inadequacy and you project those onto me. You haven't asked me a single question about why I have the background I have. You probably have a fucking crackerjack high school education and you're trying to argue social sciences with a guy with multiple degrees in social sciences who also teaches fucking social sciences. Here's the problem. You think that because you're really good at checkers, you can sit down at the chessboard. I'm not professing to be really good at checkers. But I don't give a shit how good you are at checkers because we're playing chess here, motherfucker. Now, you can either sit down, shut the fuck up, and maybe learn something, or there's this wonderful thing in the upper corner called an X. Just X off the fucking channel. Because you're already a racist fucking bigot. So the fact that you subscribe to racism and you're a bigot already lets me know the threshold of your education. Because ignorance is the lack of education. When you embrace your ignorance and turn it into bigotry, guess what? You should probably just be recycled so that we can grow more crops. And with less mouths to feed, then we would be food sufficient. Does that clean it up for you? It's impossible to produce everything at one place in case you consider geological engineering. The problem is America, the United States of America, could be food self-sufficient, but we would have to change our diet. For example, I say this, I hope Grumpy Old Man is in here because he's going to get offended. The average person walks into a steakhouse and orders an 8 to 16 ounce steak, and they have that in one sitting. When the human body only needs about 4 ounces of beef a month. Now, there's nothing wrong with eating 8 pounds of beef in a month. But there is when you say, we don't have the capacity for everybody to get 4 ounces of beef a month. So what do? Well, we import beef from Australia. We import beef from South American countries. Not the fucking continent, genius. South American countries. By the way, Australia happens to be the misnomer. It is a continent and a country. Please try to keep up. But we're not importing beef from Antarctica unless we're eating penguin cut. Now, the problem here, New Zealand disagrees. New Zealand doesn't get a vote. I hate to tell you something, Supra, Oceania isn't a continent. Folks, Oceania isn't a fucking continent. Oceania isn't a continent. Oceania is a fucking geographical region. Here's a little trick for you. All of the continents on Earth start and end with the same letter. America, Europe, Asia, Africa, Antarctica, Australia. It's kind of like the people who try to tell me the Middle East is a continent. The Middle East is not a continent. The Middle East is a geopolitical region. Oceania is not a continent. Sorry to burst people's bubble. Sorry to be an asshole this early on a Friday. But Oceania isn't a fucking continent. It's a region. Southeast Asia isn't a fucking continent. What is it? It's a region. Southeast what? Oh, Asia? Oh yeah, that's a continent. Sorry, the Middle East, the Near East, the Far East. Yeah, if Oceania is a continent, then so is Hawaii. So is the Caribbean. No, all those islands, they get thrown up to North America. By the way, North America, South America, Central America's like, what about us? No, bitch, you're just divided. Hawaii is a state. Yeah, but before it was a state, it was a what? It was a country. It's a state because geopolitically we grabbed it. Eurasia could be a continent, but it's not considered one. You cross the river in Turkey and go, yeah, exactly. You could have divvied out Eurasia, but let's be careful about Eurasia because we don't need no 1984 up in this bitch because Donald Trump is already taking 1984 and thinking it's an instructional manual instead of a warning. But you're absolutely right.
Let's follow the money on this.
My geography education on who produces what foods. My diet consists of apples, North America, bananas, the Caribbean, blueberries. Blueberries are grown all over America. Sirloin beef, rotisserie chicken, spinach, and broccoli. So, other than the bananas, everything in your diet is produced by the United States of America. Now, I don't know our production rate of blueberries. I don't know if we import. Let's see. What was this one?
What happens when you ask ChatGPT to erase your...
Oh yeah, that one. That is not true. That guy's just making a clip or a video to make a video.
If the black community largely thinks it's okay to murder white kids and not be held accountable, why shouldn't I want you oppressed? Why shouldn't I want you discriminated against? Why should you be offered equal employment or equal housing opportunities? Why should I care about redlining and historical atrocities and systemic injustice for a group of people who think it's okay to kill our kids and then not be held accountable for it, right? If you think that our lives are fundamentally less valuable and you're going to choose your own over justice, why should I care about justice for you? Either we all care about the common good or we don't, but I don't care about your victimhood if you admittedly do not care about right and wrong to begin with. You can't be talking about equality and microaggressions and racism and structural reform while also being a bloodthirsty tribal moron. You can't do those two things at once. Viscerally hating white people and wishing them harm and constantly justifying doing harm to them while also asking them to help you and give you power and treat you nicer. Yeah, I think that whole thing is just completely over. I don't really think anybody gives a fuck anymore.
I actually agree with him. Wrong is wrong, and racism is still bad, no matter who's doing it. I understand the history. I understand that black American people have gone through real pain, but pain should not turn into revenge. Because if the goal is equality, then we cannot say only one group is allowed to be mocked. We can't say only one group has to stay quiet. That is not fairness. And I think this is why some white people are getting angry, because they feel like they are being blamed for everything. But they're not allowed to respond as well. I do not think every black person thinks this way, of course. That would be wrong to say, but I do think some people have confused justice with payback. And those are not the same thing.
So, the really powerful part of that message is this. I'm going to take the Caitlin Clark thing. Caitlin Clark is on the ground. She gets punched in the throat by a black athlete. Caitlin Clark has been the recipient of more flagrant fouls than any other player in the WNBA. What needs to happen is We don't need to have Sophie Cunningham having to come in and be the Dennis Rodman era enforcer to protect Caitlin Clark. The team of the player who punched Caitlin Clark in the throat while she was on the ground, the team should have suspended her. The team should have removed her. Period. And I know what people are going to say. There's no way a sports team is going to do that. They're not going to weaken their chances. No, they should. They should do that. This bullshit that we have going on in society where we turn around and we say things are okay or aren't okay. Yeah, instead they celebrated it. What is wrong with things here is the low class caliber of people that we run into. Now, I don't blame Asmongold. Asmongold does the best that he can do with what he has. Asmongold has a brand. I like I like the direction sometimes that Asmongold is going. Like I said earlier in the show, he got a very public accolade because he spent 7.5 hours reading that rape gang report. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't read that rape gang report. I digest it in little segments. Over on my bookshelf over there, I have the book Reviving Ophelia by Dr. Piper, I believe. I struggle with vicarious trauma. To me, being neurodivergent, I get to a processing error because I say, how do we have rape gangs in England, in the United Kingdom, and how are these things not immediately addressed? Everybody in the United Kingdom should be sickened because this is a report of a 15-year study. If I remember correctly, this is the culmination of 15 years of research. When the fuck did society get so poor, morally bankrupt, that these things happen? Now, I'm going to bring Carmelo Anthony into this.
If the black community,
because we've got to bring Carmelo Anthony into this, right? We've got to bring
Carmelo Anthony's appeal will not be granted. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I'm going to tell you why. You're not going to like this. I don't really care. Someone needs to give you the facts because y'all are losing your damn minds and it needs to be said. So yesterday I posted a video where I posted this sort of flow chart for you. Okay, and I explained the two different types of appeals that he can take advantage of, all right? One is the motion for a new trial, which is separate and apart from the regular appellate process. Both of those are available to him. He can utilize both of those. Both of those are not going to work. Neither of them are going to work, okay? Neither of them are going to work. Why is that? Why is that? Well, that's a number of reasons, okay? There are a number of reasons why his appeal will not get granted. The motion for the new trial, not going to happen, okay? They can file one, sure. They can absolutely file one. That is their right. It will not get granted. I'm not going to sit here all day and argue with you about it.
Okay, the motherfucker you making a video if you're not going to tell us why you feel that way. In my opinion, Carmelo Anthony motioning for a new trial is very likely to happen because there is some problems with there were no black people on the jury. Now, were there potential black jurors in the jury pool that got eliminated? Yes. Was there the exception raised by the defense about one of the removals of a black person? Yes. It was overruled by the judge. That is probably enough at face value, a new trial. You should not have all of the jurors that look like you be removed from the jury in a situation, because the judge should have been like, this ain't gonna work. I need to excuse this entire jury pool. I need to call down to the clerk and have the next pool of potential jurors brought up because we were unable to seat a we don't want to seat this jury. The judge needs to look at that and be like, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. This jury makeup doesn't work. The judge should also do the same thing if by random assignment he's looking over 11 out of the 12 jurors are black. Nah, that ain't gonna work either. That ain't gonna work. Call down, get another jury. We're gonna call down until we have a jury that meets the standard of equity and equality.
But that's the least important one. Let's talk about the normal appeal and why it will not get granted. You have to have grounds for an appeal to be granted, okay? First of all, and it takes years, all right? It's not months, it's not days, it's years, okay? And you have to have actual grounds. What could the grounds be? Okay, ineffective assistance of counsel. Where? Where is ineffective assistance of counsel here? He called witnesses, he made objections, he preserved Batson. Where?
So that he preserved Batson is correct. He challenged Batson. The judge overruled him. So you can't say my counsel was ineffective. You could go the route of notice of appeal because of the Batson ruling. You could go that route.
No new evidence. There's no new evidence for factual innocence. Factual innocence appeals are extremely rare, and he doesn't have it in this case.
Okay, so he does, because the one video wasn't shown to the jury. So ineffective counsel and facts not entered. But the problem is, you can't do both at the same time. You have to win ineffective counsel, but ineffective counsel of private counsel is a higher bar. If your public defender isn't a very good public defender, they're more likely to let you slide through the door that your public defender was not effective. But when this is the counsel that your family retained for you out of their crowdfunding money, yeah.
Okay, there's no new video, despite people saying that there is. There's no new video, okay? It wasn't a cleat sharpener, it was an actual knife. We all have pictures of it now. No new evidence, okay? Jury selection. Batson was preserved, so they can appeal on that, but they gave non-race-based explanations as to why those jurors were struck, and they were logical, and they make sense, okay? From a defense attorney perspective, we like to strike educators, okay? Educators are tough jurors to convince of anything.
Absolutely true.
Especially when there are children that are in the mix, all right? Jury instructions. I'm not entirely sure that they preserved that objection, okay? And if it wasn't preserved for the record, it cannot be appealed.
This is true. I hate when we take a TV show and we apply it, but there's a really great TV show, and the attorney objects, and the judge says, continue. And he says, I would like a ruling. And she's like, my ruling is implicit. He says, no, it's not, Your Honor, because if you don't use sustained or overruled, I can't later appeal it. So that is part of what your lawyer is supposed to do. Let's continue. No, I'm going to need you to say safe or out, sustained or overruled. I need to hear those words. Are you going to piss off the judge? Quite possibly. But if you don't do that, we're back to ineffective counsel.
There is nothing that anyone has seen thus far, okay? Well, he has an appeals team. They must know something we don't. Everybody has an appeals team. It's automatic on a murder case, okay? It doesn't matter who the appeals team is. Everybody appeals on a murder conviction. It's standard. It's pro forma. Everybody does it. Everybody does it. It's a route. We do it all the time. Okay? You absolutely always appeal on a murder case, because who knows? You might get a sympathetic judge. It's like, I don't know, maybe this might happen. That doesn't mean it's going to work.
You always appeal a murder conviction. Why? So that you can't then be sued civilly by the family or the defendant or anybody else that you didn't exhaust. You hear a common phrase in the mainstream media, exhausted all appeals. You exhaust them all, because if you don't, you're liable. What's your job? Like, your job is your job is to say, I did everything I could, which is why defense attorneys find themselves in a precarious situation, because sometimes during the course of a trial, really great scene with this is Keanu Reeves in The Devil's Advocate. He says, let me say it this way. I started the case with a clear conscience. Defense attorneys have a really, really difficult job because, and this is a flaw in our judicial system, but it's an intentional flaw. Criminals are entitled to defense too. Remember, a lot of people get it into their head that the legal system is supposed to be what's right and what's wrong. We don't have a legal system that determines what's right and what's wrong. Because the rules state you are innocent until proven guilty. Yeah. I hate when people turn around and say, well, OJ wasn't innocent. They just didn't find him guilty. Well, if you are innocent until proven guilty and you were not found guilty, you are in fact innocent. As much as that chaps your ass, that is the only truth. Your opinion doesn't matter. Now, Skeeters, you said because the jury wasn't made up of his peers. Race does not determine your peers. Race is not a component of your peers, unfortunately. It is another one of those examples of what a word meant in 1776 and the era of 1776. That's what they're claiming, though. That's what they're claiming, but race does not make you your peer. It's really difficult to explain in the civilian world. So the example I'll borrow is from the military world. In the military world, an officer is convicted by a panel of officers. If you're an officer and you're on trial, all 5 to 9, maybe 12, I've never seen 12, I've seen 9 at max, all of your panel members will be officers. You are an officer, enlisted can't judge you. The enlisted, on the other hand, the enlisted can have a jury of all enlisted, or the enlisted can have a jury of enlisted and officers. The majority of the time, enlisted individuals elect to have a mixed bag of enlisted and officers. Why? Because when you have officers on your panel, it's kind of like having a judge nullification built into your panel. If you're making an argument that the order wasn't clear, well, enlisted don't issue orders. Enlisted issue directives. Unless you have rank on your collar, you can't give an order. And I know some higher ranking enlisted get pissed off about that, but when you really challenge them, they're like, you're right, I don't give orders. A commissioned officer gives an order. A senior non-commissioned officer gives a directive. So when you've got a situation where in the military, well, he didn't follow orders, you've got half of your panel saying, well, that wasn't even a valid order. If I had given that order, you know what I'm saying? You got it in the back of their head. If you have all enlisted, the enlisted are like, you should have just shut up and colored, son, move on. And I've heard the enlisted say that in these deliberation rooms. I have literally had sergeants and master sergeants and senior master sergeants say, fuck him, he didn't follow orders. Like 8 seconds of deliberation and you got, fuck him. And I'm like, well, hold on a second, I don't think that was a valid order. In the civilian world, it's radically different. Who are your peers? So it could have been ended a hung jury because of that. Not that it's a bad thing. It still needs to have another trial. I mean, his counsel did pick terrible witnesses, or they turned hostile on the stand once called. Well, yeah. The problem is you can't call a witness. A defense attorney should never call a witness unless they're 100% sure of what that witness is going to say.
He will not have an appeal granted. And I'm tired of everybody running around saying, oh my God, there's such an injustice. He shouldn't have been convicted. He's in his... A jury found him guilty. He is guilty under the eyes of the law. The only way he will not be found guilty is if he wins an appeal, which will take several years. I'm talking 3 at minimum. Okay? 3 at minimum. And then it goes back down for trial, and he wins a trial. That's the only way this man gets out of jail. I am.
So I wish some of her other videos are really spot on. I wish that she would have, I wish she would have stuck to the way she normally does them. Carmelo admitted he did it. There was no real way he can claim that deadly force was justified in that situation. Well, that is the problem with an affirmative defense. Affirmative defenses are very, very, very risky because the affirmative defense is you are stipulating that you did it. And remember, you can't launch an affirmative defense simultaneously with any other defense. If you plan on using an affirmative defense, you must give the prosecution whatever the state, county, jurisdictions rule, because it varies. If you're going to use an affirmative self-defense, you have to tell them that, because then that allows the prosecution to tailor their case against you. Yeah, you say you did it, but it was justified. Like, for example, you break into my house and I murder the shit out of you, right? I mean, they should have tried for a motion to throw out his spontaneous uttering. The likelihood of winning a spontaneous utterance suppression is very minimal. It's very minimal. Remember, you're Miranda, and this is why I tell people the training you need is to shut the fuck up when cops are involved. Shut the fuck up. Your Miranda rights do not come into play until a 2-part test comes in. Were you arrested? And were you asked a question? Up until then, they didn't ask you shit. Why are you talking? It's kind of like I say this to people. CPS, Child Protective Services, show up at your house. I hate CPS. I hate DCFS. I hate those people. I hate the majority of them because the people that work there, there's like 10% that are really, really good people. The other 90% are getting a government paycheck. Do I like the U.S. government? No, not at all. Not in the slightest. The problem is DCFS or CPS shows up on your door. They ring your doorbell and they say, we've gotten a phone call about neglect. We've gotten a phone call about abuse. Great. What? Well, neglect. That's a category heading. What's the allegation? Well, we got a call that you don't have food. Cool. Hey, go to the pantry and pull like 10 things. Well, I'd like to come in. Fuck no, you're a government agent. You need a warrant to enter my house. But I'm going to have 10 food items brought to you. Frozen pizzas, microwavable meals, cereal, bread. Here. Does that satisfy you? Well, we need to do a home visit. Well, get a fucking warrant then. Why? Well, we're just here to help you. No, you're not here to help me. If you were here to help me, I would have called you. By the way, if the problem is I don't have any food, do you have a food coupon for me? Do you have a check for food? No. Well, then you're not really here to help me, are you? Now you say, do I like the U.S. government? They take my money and call it taxes. I really hate people with this opinion. I hate people with this opinion. Are you on the internet right now? You are? Okay. How? Because utility companies are government subsidized. ISPs are government subsidized. Did you drive anywhere today? Did you go to a job? Oh. If your house was on fire, would somebody respond, called the fire department? Oh, they would? Oh. When people say they take my money and call it taxes, let me help you out. That's exactly what they do. You live in a society, you elected to live in this society, and when people say, I never agreed to live in America, I never agreed, yes you did. By virtue of your 18th birthday, you didn't leave. That is implicit consent. I don't mind if I use good stuff like infrastructure and other things, but when it's used for funding to Israel, I hate it. Yep, so do I. But here's the thing, ready? Which is you're killing kids and families. You're right. But here's the problem. You do not live in a democracy. You live in a constitutional federal republic with some direct democratic elections and some indirect democratic elections. If you don't want those people making those decisions, vote for new people. Where's our big problem? There are no better people. Barack Obama was probably our last statesman. If we're being completely honest, Barack Obama was probably our last statesman, and even he lied. I'm not going to run for president. This affected me personally because he was the senator from my state. I am not going to run for president. Lo and behold, he runs for president. The problem is, the average American doesn't even know the rules they live in. Morality is something we can't talk about. We promote terrible things with our dollar, however indirectly it is willing. Morality is something we can't talk about. We promote terrible things with our dollar, however indirectly it is willing. No, that's not true. I pay my taxes because I live in a society. I don't have a say in how my taxes are spent at the federal level. I have an indirect say at how my taxes are spent at the federal level because I vote. Just because I am a citizen of America and America has bombed Iran and America has bombed other fucking countless tens of thousands of or hundreds of places around the world doesn't mean it's unwilling support. Because I don't want you to do those things. When you buy products made with slave or child labor, okay, did I do that? Your problem is you need to dial down from the fucking full paint sprayer. You need to go all the way down to a number one brush. You're fucking slapping this paint around really quick. When you buy products made with slavery child labor, when did I do that? And don't say I don't mean you, because you mean you because you said when you buy. I don't do that. If I find out a company uses child slave labor, I don't buy from them. But now I even want to take this and separate it. What's wrong with child labor? Did children not have to eat? This is the problem when you go with this very liberal, all the way to the liberal side. You buy products made with child labor. Okay, let's stop that. Holy shit, 75,000 people died. Let's bring it back if it's not a problem. I did child labor when I was a kid. I mowed lawns. I delivered newspapers. Am I dead? No. See, the problem is when you talk in these big umbrellas, not the same. Bullshit, it's exactly the same. You just don't like it. Don't say it's not the same. It's exactly the fucking same. Did I perform labor as a child? Yes. How is it not the same? What did my money go to? Groceries, believe it or not. Giving my parents half of my paper route money. Actually, yeah, I did get beaten. If you want to roll it down, no, by my employer, yeah. If my job as a student is to go to school, I got the pen beaten out of my left hand. But see, now your problem is you've moved the goalpost from a football field goal stand. You've moved it to soccer. Child labor isn't the problem. Exploited child labor is the problem. Beating your employees is the problem. But let me ask you this: if you're going to say child labor, is it only when they're beaten that it's a problem? What about the farm kids? It's how they're treated in this country. Here's the problem. You're throwing this shit around with a paint sprayer, and because I have to stop and correct all the wrong parts of your argument, we can't get to the real problem. And unfortunately, don't take this offensive, but if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it thoroughly. Lesh over in my Twitch chat says, as a farm kid, we worked at the age of 6. All right, the majority of Americans. No. I want to talk about your problem is you don't even understand child labor. Yeah, what if an American family beats their kid for not getting up that morning to do farm chores? The problem is you're using a fucking paint sprayer. There's not a problem with child labor. There's a problem with exploited child labor. The kids in this town, this is a farm town. I live in a German farming town. In the spring and in the fall, these kids get up, They do farm chores for 2 or 3 hours before they go to school. They go to school, they go home, they do 2 to 3 hours of farm chores, and then they do homework. Why? Because their families own 4,000, 5,000 acre farms. That's child labor. What if we stopped it? Okay. Did that kid still have a choice? In America, they did. The problem is you can't just say child labor is a problem. It's specifically it's exploited child labor, but I assume people understand what type I'm talking about. Well, don't assume. Because the benefit of a text-based communication system is you have all the time in the world to be specific. Now you want to talk about overseas child labor. Sure. You got kids in foreign countries making soccer balls with their teeth for $1 a day, $1 a week, whatever the interval is. Let's stop that, right? That's the liberal answer. Let's stop that. Let's not allow those products to be imported. Okay, great. How do they feed themselves? Because remember, it is great to stand on the top of the moral high ground and tell all other countries you should do it thusly when we got to the top of the fucking economic scale by using those things. I think there's a really inherent problem of telling other countries how they should do things unless you're going to immediately invest into bringing them up to your technological level. Also, remember, they don't want to come up to our level. I think you got to stop, and your morality needs to stop at the edge of your boundary, because I reject your half. That is what I mean. How can we talk about morality when we don't follow our own? Why are you saying, how can we talk about morality when we don't follow our own? I can talk about morality all I want, because I talk about my morality and how my morality impacts me. I talk about my morality and how I follow my morality. I don't want your morality. I didn't ask you for your morality. I don't agree with your views. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Your problem over there on Kick is that you want to spray paint me with your morality and then get mad when I pull out a gun and shoot you. I didn't ask for your criticism. It goes back to something I said earlier in the show before you were here. I don't know you. I don't know your beliefs. I don't know if you're Roman Catholic. If you're not Roman Catholic, I don't give a fuck about your morality. 2 ways. I don't give a fuck about projecting my morality onto you. And if you're not Roman Catholic, I really don't give a shit about your opinion about my morality. We shouldn't be having a conversation about morality in the specifics. What we should be doing is we should be talking about what the brothers from Boondock Saints said is do not rape, do not kill, do not murder, or do not steal. Do not rape, do not kill, do not steal. These are common tenets that every man of every faith can comprehend. That's great, but it's a boy's answer. What are we going to do? How are we going to help these developing countries if we don't allow the kids to work to feed their families? In the Middle East, a lot of these kids work to bring money home to their families because dad is gone, older brother is gone, so the boy runs packages or runs messages. Well, he should be in school. What's a school? So we can't even take care of East St. Louis, America. East St. Louis, Illinois looks like the Gaza fucking Strip. Parts of Detroit, parts of Atlanta, parts of Alabama, parts of Mississippi. These places look like third world fucking countries. Why don't we fix ourselves before we start telling other countries what they should and should not do? That's the problem. The hypocrisy of saying India shouldn't allow kids to make soccer balls with their teeth. That is the problem. Our country is too big. We can't agree on core-based principles. Our country being big doesn't mean anything. Our country being ignorant does. That's the problem. People aren't educated. I've already had to ban one person today and chastise one person until they left. Everybody wants something for free from somebody else. Our country being diverse with different beliefs does. You're right. Different beliefs matter. What I dislike about America right now is America is suddenly up in arms about Sharia law in America. If you're talking about Sharia law in America and you can't get into the nuts and bolts of it, you are one of the most ignorant ass motherfuckers there is. Now, there are some towns in America that are upset because they allowed a mosque to be built and the mosque call to prayer goes off 5 times a day. They shouldn't be allowed to have their call to prayer. Really? Is it before 6 a.m.? No. Is it after 10 p.m.? No. And why not? Well, because you don't like it. But you didn't have a problem with the Catholic Church that has been there for years, right? You didn't have a problem with the Catholic Church that's had its bells going off every hour from 6 to 10, and then every quarter hour from 10 to 4, and then every hour from 4 to 10 at night, or 9 at night, or 8 at night, whatever they've done it. If you're going to be offended by it, then be offended by all of it. Be offended by all of it, not just a little bit of it. I have many Muslim friends, and I think that Islam is not a bad religion and should be allowed anywhere. I think that Islam is a great religion, as long as the Muslims take the same advice I tell every other religion. Before you ever say to something outwardly from your religion what the Jews need to change or what the Christians need to change, fix your own shit. Like, for example, when people say the Quran hasn't changed them, bullshit. Yes, it is. Yes, it the fuck has. There's no contradictions in the Quran. Yes, the fuck there is. There's 101 contradictions in the Bible. There's hundreds of contradictions in the Quran. Stop making your holy book fucking better than the other guy's holy book. Fix your own shit first. I think my only problem is people that isolate themselves by race and all they can do is exclude others. I don't have a problem with people that want to isolate themselves by race. I don't have a problem with that. This community, I think this country has a hypocrisy problem. There is a town somewhere in this country that is an all-white town, and a black person is suing because they're not allowed to buy property there. Cool. Understand the ramifications of that is there will no longer allowed to be traditionally black colleges. There will no longer allowed to be black dormitories. If white people can't go and isolate themselves, then nobody can. The discipline of Islam mixed with athletics produced amazing athletes. It does. That is true. Very, very disciplined. Very, very disciplined group. The problem is people are a member of something when it's convenient for them to be a member of something. Look, if we're going to start talking about equal integration into everything, I'll talk about it. I don't care if it's women. I don't care if it's blacks. I don't care what it is. What? If people are going to start saying this, that, or the other about race, creed, gender, color, cool. I will talk about why we have a problem that 52% of women aren't CEOs when we have the first conversation about 52% of women aren't bricklayers. 52% of women aren't garbage men. Can't anyone attend a historically black college or university? Okay, we're going to divide that into two. Can they be admitted? Yes. Can they successfully matriculate through the university or college? Not always. Every person can follow their religion until it affects other people. Tomorrow, if someone makes a religion called SpongeBobism and started worshiping SpongeBob, we need to repeat his beliefs. Well, we don't have to repeat his beliefs. We have to respect his beliefs as long as his beliefs don't impact anybody else. In Hindu, your holy book is a storybook that teaches ideas about how to be a good human, but we don't say it's better or the best. We let everyone believe their ideas and not shove it down their throats. I love the Hindu view. I haven't had enough time in my life to study it, but the times I have studied it, I do like the fact that it is not an evangelical religion. It is not a religion that tells you to go and take this and spread it. Christianity is. The core philosophy of Christianity is that it's evangelical. There's a part of the Bible that says until the word of God has reached every heart and every set of ears and every heart. So the point is, the end times can't come until we evangelicalize the whole world. The Hindus don't do that. Abrahamic, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. The thing that offends people, and then they can never get to the point of it, the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians all believe in the same God. They're arguing about the delivery boy. They all are eating the same fucking pizza. You're arguing about over which delivery driver is better. What has fallen out of favor in my lifetime is Christianity used to be called Judeo-Christianity. Why was it called Judeo-Christianity? Because you have the Old Testament, which is the book of the Jews, and you have Christianity in the New Testament, because people get offended at me when I speak and I say, Jesus wasn't a Christian. And people are like, Jesus was the first Christian. Christian is follower of Christ. Was Jesus walking in a circle? Was he a dog chasing his tail? How could Jesus be the first Christian? Jesus didn't say, I'm going to create a religion. Jesus said, I'm going to fix this religion. Even the Jews, the religious Jews, will say, we acknowledge the existence of Jesus of Nazareth, Yeshua of Nazarene. But he was ostracized as a radical rabbi. And yet, 2,000 years later, we're still fucking killing each other because we can't agree on the message. Yeah, Yeshua ben Yosef. Yeshua, son of Joseph. There's no J in Aramaic. That's what I appreciate, but the bad thing is some religions in India, because India has many religions, there's a lot of conflict, and I think that's what America is afraid of. But you have to understand that India is not as developed as America. India is a third world country. The U.S. is the first world country. You're right. Later, T-Elf. I'm not an expert on Judaism, but isn't it very rare? Isn't it very weird the chosen people can see why it's not easy to like them? They are not the chosen people among all people. They are the chosen people of. Remember, the Pharaoh and the Egyptians were not Jews. They're not better than anybody else. That is their God who freed them from slavery. Here's the interesting part about that. Makes a lot of sense that Moses, right, said he was ordained by a God. Back in the day, if you said God talked to me, a lot of people followed you. Now, you've got people on TikTok. And people on TikTok are the same as what a prophet would have been 2,000 years ago. They have a lot of following, but they don't have a lot of knowledge. On the child labor issue, I agree in third world countries it is necessary for them to contribute to the household for survival. However, would you agree that the immediate solution, but the critical solution, would be for the richest countries to do their part to change the global system that enables this? No, I don't. The problem... Okay. We're gonna jump ahead to Economics 300, so put on your thinking caps. The problem with saying, wouldn't the best solution be ... We don't know. Because America is as far into the instruction manual of capitalism, of capitalism. We're writing the instruction manual as we go. The problem with capitalism is that capitalism rewards those. Let me back up a second. The problem with capitalism is supposed to reward those who work hard, and it is supposed to punish the lazy. And then in pure capitalism, it is the sick and the lame that unfortunately get remember, we talked about economic models, political models, and then societal models. If your country has chosen to follow capitalism and democracy, you really didn't create a societal model that talks about the sick and the lame. For example, my wife's best friend in tech school had a son. He was born with only half his brain. He is now in his 20s. His little sister is his best friend, but he has half a brain. He will forever be mentally a 3-year-old. You can judge me harshly if you want. If that had happened to me, I would not have been able to care for another person entirely and watch them never mature. I would not have been able to do that. Capitalism and democracy doesn't have an answer for that. Sparta had an answer for it. Off the cliff you go. Socialism and communism as societal models have an answer for that. From each according to their ability to each according to their need. You have no ability. Your ability is 0, so your need is 100%. The problem comes unless you're willing to acknowledge all the way back to Hobbes, Rousseau, and Locke and talk about the state of nature, right? That person has no ability. So that person has 100% need. And now the really harsh thing to think about is, but does that person have value? The Democratic Party is shifting to the left. No, the Democratic Party is already to the left. So you're going to have to tell me what you mean by that. The Democrats are the left. The Republicans are the right. Really easy to follow. Republican R, right R. Republican right conservative. Democrat left liberal. Left liberal. Liberal Democrat. I think Britain hid family members with extreme disabilities in secret rooms. Some did, yes. The problem we have is that half of society wants a freebie. And the other half of society is pissed that the first half of society wants a freebie. We have a problem because we have people making posts that say you can retire on $1.5 million. You can retire on $1.5 million net worth. No, you can't. Let me stop you right now. No, you absolutely cannot retire on $1.5 million net worth. Yeah, go ahead and Discord me. You cannot retire at 20 years old on $1.5 million in net worth. 1.5 million in net worth when you're a 20-year-old gives you fuck you money, right? It gives you fuck you money. It gives you the ability to not stay at a job you hate. 1.5 million, you buy your house, like you need about 2.5 million to retire comfortably. No, because remember, 1.5 million, you said even with a high yield dividend. But what do you do in the years where you bite into the principal? 1.5 million. Okay, can we stop the bullshit? Stop the bullshit. You show me where 12% fucking annual interest is. Show me where the fuck you're getting 12% annual interest without beat every fucking year. See, this is the problem. Shut the fuck up with the stupid. Okay? Shut the fuck up. And if you're about to say, well, I get 12%, then make a $1,000 donation to Extra Life through my channel, would you? Because it's bullshit when people say 12%. Yeah, and if I had a 27% annual return and a 9-inch dick, I'd have 30 million in the bank. You're not getting 12% per year. You're not. You're not getting 12% per year. No. Yeah, there's a lot of risk to get that 12%. A lot of risk. Now, just so we're clear, where I don't tolerate fucking La La Land and why I'll never be a popular streamer is this. I took 60 grand and I turned it into 120 grand in 2 years. But that 60 grand, I consider the 60 grand I'm playing with in one market to be no different than if I took the 60 grand with me to the casino downtown and I played it on the roulette table. I can afford to lose that 60 grand. That 60 grand doesn't mean shit to me. It's play money. It's intellectual exercise money. But I made 60 grand in 2 years, okay? I could also have fucking woken up one day and there'd be zero in that account. 12% is unfucking real ideal. You know what are interest rates right now on a 9-month CD? About 3.5%. About 3.5%. 100% safe is only getting you 3.5%. Now, we got to stop the bullshit with people because then they're believing in these stories where, oh, if I take this and I do this. Let me tell you the truth about fucking social media people where they say, I can tell you how to make a bunch of money. I love my audience. I love all of you. Most 99% of you. But did you notice that when COVID happened, all of the fucking signs that used to be around that said, work from home, make $1,200 a week, where the fuck did all they go? You know where they went? Not that there were less people on the street and the police had a breather and they had some of those extra policing units available. They investigated all that shit. I will tell you right now, if I had a fucking method to make $500 a week from home, I wouldn't tell any one of you. I wouldn't tell a fucking single one of you. Because if I had a way to make $500 a week easy, I would tell my daughter, my best friend, my other good friend, my friend whose husband abuses her, my other friend who's got an abusive husband. I wouldn't tell any of you motherfuckers. And I'm being honest with you. If there was a way to make $500 per week, I wouldn't tell you shit. It's the same way in video games. All of my guilds and all the video games. Jay, you always have money. Rail will tell you if Rail is here. I think he might have stepped out because he's got appointments. S&P 500 average is 10 to 11%. Sure, I'm happy for you. What happens when you need to make your monthly withdrawal? Right? And it's not up today. When it's down today. Then what happens? What happens, Gotta Ping? You bite into your you bite into your profit. Also, what are you drawing off of? Your interest. How long did you have that interest? Since your last draw, right? So what do you pay on it? What are you paying on that? Oh, full capital's gains tax. So for every dollar you make, you give 25% right to the government. Is there any other bullshit you want to fucking talk to me about making money? This is why I have very little respect. How much fucking money do you have in the bank? I'm going to be an asshole right now. How much fucking money do you have in the bank? Please don't come in here and try to tell me about what I don't know about money because I'm a dumb, poor Irish Mick who was born in poverty, and now I have 100 money, like Jimmy Carr said earlier, right? I could get more money today, and it wouldn't change how I live my life. I like my life. I have enough money to live my life how I like. So please do me a favor. Shut the fuck up about telling me how money works. Please. Unless you're going to drop a fucking if you have enough disposable income to shut me the fuck up, okay? Then what we're going to do is this. Click on the donation for Extra Life and make $1,000 donation to Extra Life if you got so much disposable income that I'm fucking wrong. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I saw at Trump's State Fair Temu in DC. Now, short-term capital gains tax is applied immediately to your tax bracket. So if you're making 10% on $1 million, that's $100,000. So you're paying the graduated tax rate, plus capital gains tax, plus brokerage fees, plus whoever's managing it for you. This is where people, they start, like, ladies and gentlemen, yes, you can make an awful lot of money at 10 to 11%. S&P 500 index. Let me see if I can pull up one. Get property pulled, equity, buy a ton of crypto on full margin, win another house or lose it. Yeah, right. So here's a great model for you. Right? When you put money in order for it to grow, you cannot draw 100% of the interest. You have to have your money growing at a rate that after your expenditures, you have more than what you started on January 1st. 1.25 million. Okay? You're going to say 10%. Yeah, but that's averaged over the whole year. What about the quarter? Yeah, interest is taxable at income level also. Right, exactly. So, I'm talking about long-term investments above the horizons of 20 years. Then shut the fuck up, Godaping, because that's not even what we're talking about. The fucking whole point was $1.25 million isn't retirement money if you're 20. $1.25 million when you're 20 is fuck off money where you have a job, you don't like it, your house is paid for, your car is paid for, you are liquid, you're augmenting your income with this investment, so you don't like the job, you can quit, you can take a 2-week vacation, then go look for a job. That's what 1.25 million is. 1.25 million isn't I'm going to sit around for the rest of my life and never work. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you're arguing about pickles and I'm talking about cucumbers. We're not even talking about the same thing. And this is the problem. This is the societal problem, and nobody wants to fucking get called out. We're talking about the comment 1.25 million is enough for people to retire on. No, it's not. It's enough for you to get the boss off your back. With that much money, why work for someone else? Great question. I love this question. Because 20% of businesses fail inside the first year. 50% of businesses fail inside 5 years, and 80% of businesses fail inside 10 years. Right? When you have that much money, unless you're willing to walk up to the betting line and put the money on the fucking roulette line and say, I am willing to lose all of this, work for somebody else. Robinhood savings account pays 4.25% in savings for a 100,000 portfolio or 1K monthly direct deposit. Sure. And what about when Robinhood decides to not give you your money or not execute your trade? Remember GameStop? Do you know why Robinhood pays that much money? And right now it does. Do you know why Robinhood pays that much money? Because Robinhood is upside down and they need money. They need other people's money. And 3.25% checking. Yeah, because they need liquid money. I want you to think about this. If the blue chip 100-plus-year-old banks aren't offering that, why? Do you know how banks make money? by taking your money and lending it out to other people. That's how they make money. Isn't franchising safe-ish? No, franchising is dangerous. Capitalism is survival of the fittest. By changing the global system, I'm basically alluding to deviating from a barbaric system and recognizing that a boy's life soul have inherent value. However, I would say that we are morally obligated to invest in gene editing to avoid situations like the poor boy. Yeah, I agree with you. And sorry if I missed what you said. But, yeah, 3% doesn't beat inflation. That's the fucking problem. Inflation was 8% a couple of years ago, and people are like, I made 4% on my money. So you lost 4%. Now you're getting it. Now you're understanding about 1.25 million isn't enough. I agree with you. I think if people want to have a good understanding of a global society, they need to read Ender's Game. And then after Ender's Game, they need to read Ender's Shadow and that whole lie. The problem is, utopia is impossible. If you really want to understand why utopia is impossible, watch The Walking Dead. Hilltop, Alexandria, they're doing really well. They run into Negan's people. Negan's people, the place they took refuge, they couldn't grow food. They took refuge in an industrial area. So they had to loot and pillage and steal. When you put 97% of your efforts into farming, and the other guy puts 97% of his efforts into raiding, you're going to be giving them food. The problem with this belief that life has inherent value is that if everybody believes life has inherent value, you have utopia and you can make progress. But as soon as you have one group of people that don't think your life has inherent value, you can't transcend to the next level. I'm going to take a quick break and then we're going to talk about how that plays out. All right, so we have the belief that all life is sacred. Human beings, some human beings believe all life is sacred. But it feels like we're regressing instead of progressing. Yes, we are regressing instead of progressing. We are regressing. What I hear is that we just need to find a way to make the UN work and we're solid. United States is stronger than any one particular country that wants to specialize in raiding. Yep. Except the problem is the United States has lost that. Donald Trump has managed to destabilize the entire world, which is really, really bad, which is really, really dangerous. Let me explain why. Donald Trump takes office. He spends 100 days bombing the Houthi rebels in Yemen, but they're still winning the civil war in Yemen. Effectively, the Houthi rebels are legitimately... Yeah. I'll get there. Give me a second. I'll get there. The United States bombs the shit out of the Houthi rebels. The Houthi rebels control about 50% of the land, but about 80% of the people. For all intents and purposes, the Houthi rebels are the legitimate government of Yemen. We spent 100 days bombing them, and they didn't give a shit. We allegedly hit 11,000 targets in Iran, and Iran said, cool, we're closing the strait, and all of our military might, and we can't open the strait. The United Nations is not stronger than any one particular country that wants to specialize in raiding. Because until people look at the board and they recognize one major flaw, you cannot have the United Nations when the United States could withdraw from the United Nations and body the rest of the planet in a non-nuclear war. We win that too. But until people legitimately want to have the discussion, if President Trump decided today he's going to be Putin, Canada and Mexico become part of the United States by the end of the year. No offense, but what the fuck can Canada and Mexico do? If we decided, and I'm not being facetious, and I'm not being funny, and I'm not trying to be any of those things, but let's look at something real quick so that we can actually deal in reality. Okay? And this is what's dangerous. If Donald Trump decided tomorrow that he was going to go from the southern tip of Texas straight across and take all of northern Mexico, who's going to stop him? And that's an honest question. Who is going to stop the United States from going straight across the bottom of Texas and taking it? We won't destroy enemies. Okay, I'll make it easier. I get put in charge of the military. I get put in charge of the country, and I decide I'm taking the northern half of Mexico. Who's going to stop me? Because I'm not an idiot like Trump, and I know actually how to leverage our military. The answer is nobody. The U.S. could systematically annihilate Iran if we actually committed even half our military. No, we can't. Let me stop you right there. No, we can't. Because we already did that. We already hit 11,000 targets. You cannot annihilate a country. Well, we did annihilate them because annihilate is a 10% loss. Annihilate actually has a quantifiable loss. We declared air supremacy. Air supremacy means the enemy has no ability to put up fighter aircraft or anti-aircraft fire. We declared air supremacy. And then a couple of days later, Iran flying to Pakistan was flying with 6 F-4 Phantoms. That's not only not air supremacy, that's not even air superiority. If the enemy can continue to launch fighter aircraft, that you don't have you don't even have air dominance yet. We said we're using F-35s. We've committed less than 10% of our military, though. But it doesn't matter how much. You need to stop. It doesn't matter how much of our military we committed. We can't commit much more than what we have there. What else can we put down there? We're using B-52s. We're using B-2 bombers. We're launching sorties from 3 carrier strike groups. We can't put more there. That's the problem. The theater is saturated. Now, thanks to Joe Biden giving up Afghanistan and giving up the airport, we can't strategically hit targets from the other side. That was always the point of why we wanted to hold the airport in Kabul, because if we ever had to deal with Iran, then we would be able to launch ground sorties. And remember, our ability to strike a target, the carriers can do amazing things for a limited amount of time, because then they have to get rearmed. The carriers only have X amount of ordnance on them. We can have infinitely more ordnance at a land-based airstrip. You say we've committed less than 10% of our military. That's not even accurate. We committed a quarter of our carriers, right? The problem is, say we bomb everything. As I've said, they can keep the Strait of Hormuz closed with guys with shoulder-mounted stingers. The Strait of Hormuz is so narrow, one guy with a shoulder-mounted weapon system can hit an oil tanker. He doesn't even have to hit it too badly and it stops in the narrow part of the strait. If he hits it bad enough that he ruptures the tank, that's it. The strait's fucking closed. See, part of the problem is the United States assumed that we were going to fight people who were going to continue to develop the way Russia was, China was. Asymmetrical warfare is an absolute bitch. We developed these MRAPs, these mine-resistant ambush vehicles, ambush-proof vehicles. Fucking billion-dollar research program. The fucking terrorists in Iraq took a $10 pipe, block of copper, and a cheap explosive, and they were making cannonballs. And I'm not shitting you. You can look this up. They were making, ultimately, what is a cannonball, and the copper was punching through the door armor of the MRAP and killing the people inside. So then we had to go along and mount bulletproof glass to the exterior of the armor because the glass stops the cannonball, the copper cannonball. I had to fly down to Randolph firsthand to see the damage. Asymmetrical warfare is a bitch. I can kill you with a knife. I can kill you with a rock. I can kill you with a bomb. I can kill you with a claymore. I can kill you with I don't need to have intercontinental ballistic missiles. Look at what the Ukraine has managed to do. Russia went from being the second strongest military in the world to being the second strongest military in the Ukraine. The Ukrainians right now are making a massive counteroffensive because Russia is supposedly losing 30 to 40,000 troops per month, and they can't recruit them. They can't fill the gaps. We're getting word out of Russia now that they're closing bridges, closing trains, closing outbound flights. They're getting ready to they're getting ready to start forcible conscription. Somebody told me the other day 30% of Russian families now have somebody involved in the war. Yeah, look at what the Viet Cong did to us. They slapped us like bitches. The problem is we need to stop thinking in terms of tomahawks and hellfires and drones. We need to talk about, sure, we have air conditioning, we have supercomputers, we have AI that can make dancing tuna fish. Iran is like, cool. Wait until you try to enter our country. Which is why Donald Trump was the worst fucking choice for a president. Because you cannot compel submission without boots on the ground. Yeah, Russia, what did some of the people that were on this channel told me I was insane when I said it. In the first year of the war, President Zelensky said, we are not giving you 1 inch of Ukrainian land, and we're taking back Crimea. President Zelensky is just about, like, people are saying, well, why aren't you worrying about the Russian offensive? And Zelensky's like, because I have the opportunity to liberate Crimea and bring Crimea back to the Ukraine. Because people are like, Ukraine's on the verge of losing the war. Not when they're on a fucking counteroffensive, they're not. I said 4 years ago, all Ukraine had to do was win the war of attrition. They had to survive long enough for Russia to not be able to push any further. And they've done that. Before my vacation, I was looking at their offensive maps. They had entire units of Ukrainian soldiers. I'm sorry, Ukraine had entire units of Russian soldiers surrounded. And if not surrounded, they were very soon about to be surrounded. The Russians can't even retreat in an orderly fashion right now. Why? Because the Russian doctrine doesn't focus on retreat. The American doctrine is we don't put troops in anywhere that we can't get troops out of. I like that. You can go to the one that Salty Bread just linked. I liked that one. I like this as well as I'm looking for something else. What do you think the morale of the Russian soldiers is right now? Russian soldiers surviving average 20 minutes when they reach the front line due to drone attacks. The thing is right now, here's the one. It's really hard to get people to be enthusiastic about going to the front lines when they're dying in 20 minutes. Russia's response is still a World War II mentality. 5 guys, that's a target. Don't group up. 1 guy at a time. They won't waste a drone for 1 guy. Ukraine's like, bet, hold my beer. The Ukraine is killing 1 soldier with a drone. First guy makes it across. That gets the attention of a Ukrainian drone operator. Second guy tries to go across. They blow him up with a drone. The other 18 guys are still, they're like, fuck that, I ain't doing it. Look, this was the map on June 17th, just before my vacation. This was the Ukrainian counteroffensive into Russian-held positions. You've got 2 absolutely massive swaths of Russian position gonna die. They're just gonna get overrun. This is a major shift in doctrine. Like, a lot of people believe that the US military doesn't spend an awful lot of time thinking about their contingency operations. The Marine Corps doesn't think about retreat. Army units don't think about retreat. A completely different group of planners say, because we don't use the word retreat, we use the phrase exfil. They're going there. How are we going to get them out if we need to? If they get turtled, how are we going to support them? If they have to orderly retreat, how are we going to? If we have to orderly remove them, how are we going to do that? What are our air options? What are our ground options? What are our sea options? Drones are the locusts in the Book of Revelation. I do agree with that. That is the problem with following certain rules when your enemies don't. You can never truly win because you know you won't ever break those rules you impose on yourself. That is another line from Ender's Game. How we win matters. I think that the fact that Russia invaded the Ukraine and now Putin is upset that Moscow is getting hit.
Carmelo Anthony.
Well, the problem is you started the war.
The Ukraine war has taken Russian citizens into unfamiliar territory. Last week, Ukraine unleashed an unprecedented attack against Moscow. Residents saw drones racing over their heads. The major oil refinery on the outskirts of the city was targeted repeatedly. With the top of a huge oil tank flying into the air. Evidence suggests that Russian jamming has caused Ukraine drones to go off course, and here apartment buildings were hit. None of these videos were allowed on the main evening newscast in Russia, nor was there any mention of the attack. Recent public opinion polls show support for the war and for Putin's governing party is dropping. What does all this mean for Vladimir Putin's future? Pulitzer Prize-winning Russia expert Anne Applebaum has covered the war for Atlantic Magazine. She participated in the recent GlobeSec security conference in Prague.
The most important thing to note is that Putin's war has finally reached Moscow. That means that Muscovites have had their cell phone service cut off. They've had trouble using ATMs. They have trouble functioning normally in the city, and also they've been subject for the first time to real drone campaigns, attacks on factories that have caused pretty spectacular explosions around the city. And they finally see the war, and they're beginning to understand that it's not that they're not winning. And not only are they not winning, but the war is coming closer. That doesn't mean that Putin is leaving tomorrow or that the war is ending tomorrow, but it means there's been a pretty strong shift in the mood of the business elite, the political elite, and other people who do still have influence on Putin's thinking.
The Ukrainian attacks on Moscow are nothing compared to their attacks on arms depots and oil facilities around the country. This factory in Russian-occupied Donetsk makes powerful explosives. This oil facility in Tyumen, Siberia, is over 2,000 kilometers from the Ukraine border. These attacks are starting to have an impact on ordinary Russians.
Мы не защищены и не знаем. И каждый день ложимся спать со страхом.
А что еще сказать? Привыкли к этому.
The thing here is, yeah, I can't tell you how much they've lost because, like I said, I got home, I did that show on Monday about Ashes of Creation, and then I fucking just about died all week. The problem we have here is that the rest of the world should be ashamed of itself. The rest of the world should be ashamed of itself because it allowed Russia to invade Ukraine, it allowed Israel to invade everywhere, and it allowed the United States to bomb Iran. It allowed the United States to steal the president of a country, to blow up 7 boats. And I know some Americans are like, but the rest of the world is why Ukraine is doing so good, isn't it? A little bit, but a little bit. Ukraine would have fallen without the rest of the world. But when the United States was giving them drones, Switchblade drones, we said, we won't give you the big ones because we don't want you to fire into Russia. When we gave them missiles, we said, we won't give you long-range missiles because we don't want you to fire them into Russia. So thanks for giving us armament. We're asking you for what we need, and you're not giving us what we say we need. We're giving us what you say we need. So, that's not really a good plan. Also, Donald Trump got in the way of that. Donald Trump basically negotiated peace for Ukraine, and Ukraine was like, blow it out your ass. We're not signing that. See, you can't have America. America is America needs to be modded out of the game, right? America creates such a fucking problem for the rest of the world. Who would use nukes, Trump or Putin? Putin would use nukes first. I would say this with all sincerity. If Donald Trump ordered a nuclear strike, I do not believe we can't use them first by policy. Yes, we can. Yes, we absolutely can. Which policy do you believe says we can't use them? Yes, we absolutely can. If we couldn't use nukes first, I thought our policy was no first use. Right, that's the global policy. But if we didn't have a first use policy, the president wouldn't travel with the football. If we only had a retaliation contingency, president doesn't need a football. We absolutely have first strike capability. We actually have first strike doctrine. Isn't it more than just him to launch a nuke? Yeah, that's the that's the control on it. The president doesn't actually launch nuclear weapons. The president never talks to The president never talks to the people who launch nuclear weapons. You have to have a properly formatted strike order. The football allows the president to access data and make a call to a location that then disseminates out that strike package to those individuals charged with launching. Remember, there is no part of the U.S. nuclear arsenal which can be released by one person. It doesn't exist. On the sub, it takes two people. The keys aren't in the same place. In a silo, it takes two people, and the keys are farther than arm's reach apart. And then in the rare occasion that we would launch via an aircraft, it takes the pilot and the co-pilot working in tandem to release nuclear weapons. There is no ever a time where one person can ever release nuclear weapons. The United States is the only country that has ever used nuclear weapons in a war. That is correct. We are the only country that has ever released nuclear weapons. Despite what people say, it's always interesting when people 50 years after something start changing what the historians said. Yeah, Trump can't do it by himself. I'm sorry that revisionists many years after many points have started this bullshit where, well, the Emperor of Japan was considering ending the war. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He said so himself. I don't know why all these other documents appear that are saying shit like, well, the Emperor of Japan believed it would take the United States a decade to clear out islands. That was his belief. There were Japanese generals that said 1 million men in 5 years couldn't take this island, and the U.S. Marines did it with 4,000 guys in 3 days. The Emperor of Japan had every opportunity to end the war. We literally told him, we're going to fuck you up. Then we fucked him up, and we said, we're going to do it again. We did it again. He's like, oh, okay, holy shit, I surrender. Nuclear weapons are an absolute terrible fucking thing. I wish none of them existed. If I became Emperor of America, I would get rid of 2/3 of our nuclear arsenal tomorrow. Why? Number one, we spend an awful lot of money maintaining nuclear weapons for no fucking reason. And number two, we have other shit. It was the oil embargo that pushed Japan to attack. No, it was a lot of things. Remember, Japan, the belief was if Japan attacked the United States, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in the hopes that all the carriers would be there. If they destroyed our carriers, we would have no ability to operate in the Pacific. Japan and Germany thought Hitler knew that if the United States gets involved in World War II, before he finishes off France and Great Britain, he loses the war. Because Hitler at this point realizes that he has made a mistake. He has made the same mistake everybody who's ever invaded Russia has made the mistake of. Can't invade Russia in the winter. Hitler's belief is that if Japan draws the United States into the war, the United States will go to Japan first. Japan's naval might was strong enough that the United States would have been hard-pressed. The problem is the United States recognizes that if they swing the other way and stop Hitler first, that gives them time to build up their naval forces to go to Japan. It also frees up all of the navies of Europe to help assist. Had the carriers been in port at Pearl, I'm going to say this, I don't believe the United States enters the war, even if they're bombed, because we would have no ability to operate in the Pacific. Yeah, there isn't a problem anymore. We got drones to deal with the harsh winters. Russia and China, 2 countries you don't invade by land. You invade Russia by land, but you invade Russia slowly. You invade Russia in the spring, slowly, and by midsummer, you stop. You don't get ahead of your logistics. China, you just don't invade by land, period. Iran, you don't invade by land, period. Invading, like, people are like, we need to beat Iran completely. We fucking can't. I know people aren't going to like me when I say this. The United States military is no longer designed to be an occupying force for an entire country. No, we could not invade Iran. Let me dispel all illusions. We can't even do that. We can't even turn them into a glass parking lot. Because allegedly, which we didn't, Donald Trump's a fucking liar. But again, that's not an invasion. Bombing them into oblivion isn't an invasion. We cannot invade Iran. You could put every swinging dick in the military and every swinging pair of dick beaters in the military, guard, reserve, and active duty, and that isn't enough people. The entirety of the U.S. military is not enough people to safely invade Iran. Our government has decided that we are going to go into a technological warfare fighting style. You can't invade anywhere anymore because right, but there is a difference. There is a difference between can we do it and should we do it. We can't invade Iran. Because any of my veterans here will tell you this bullshit. There's a scene in Black Hawk Down, and I understand it's a movie, but it's very accurate. They're shooting at us. No, a hiss means it's close. A pop, pop. Now they're shooting at us. Now they can return fire. You can't send men and women into a combat zone and have the rules be, you can point a gun at me, but until you discharge the first round, I can't fire at you. You cannot win a war that way. Nobody ever won a war by dying for their country. They won the war by making the other poor bastard die for his. Gonna be completely honest. President Jalan's rules of engagement. If you go into an area, you are going to tell them one time and one time only. If you point a firearm at us, it will be the last thing you do. We will give you 15 minutes to disseminate this message. 15 minutes later, anybody points a gun at an American, we're going to kill them. More people point guns, we're going to kill them too. Why? Because we're not here for tea and biscuits. We're not here for fucking popcorn in Netflix and chill. Right? We are, it's the problem with trying to fight an optics war and an actual war. I'm not interested in fighting an optics war. I don't give a shit about optics. What's my job? My job is to fuck them, kill them, and eat them. That's my job. It's one of the things that for a very large period in the military, we had a really bad philosophy. For a short period of time at the beginning of my military career, the Air Force was trying this unofficial motto of we kill people, blow shit up, and make small countries glow in the dark. You say we can't invade them, but that's because of ourselves, not them. No, it's because of them. We do not have the manpower to win a ground war in Iran. Period. Dot. Period. Dot. There is no debate on this. We do not have the manpower to win a ground war. Because the first group of people over the mountains are completely exposed. Because we cannot operate 24/7 close air support. It is very much like the attack on Fort Sumter at the end of the movie Glory. The terrain of Iran is such that the first people over the mountain are completely isolated as soon as nightfall happens. They simply cannot clear the mountains fast enough to be able to defend themselves. As much as we don't have the ability to put 4 million people there so that we can win the war of attrition. Sure, a war of attrition is this. You run out of bullets before we run out of bodies. We don't have that many bodies anymore. Well, we could take them out with drones, or we could take them out with predators, or we could take them out with reapers, tomahawks. You could, but that's not an invasion. And they don't cluster up as a nice little hit us target until you invade. You can't just fucking blow up every village. I mean, you could say fuck them, right? You could say fuck them. Why go over the mountains? Why go over the mountains? How the fuck else are you getting there? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm confused. What do you mean, why go over the mountains? It's a serious question. That's what's fucking there. Like not trying to be a smartass, but here's the fucking terrain. You don't have a fucking choice. Like, here's a really good picture. Thank you for that. Because why go over the mountains? Because Iran is a fucking basin. Why go over the mountains? Can't fly people in. Okay. Fly them in how? Where are you landing? Where are you landing? I want to remind people of something. You can shoot at paratroopers. Paratroopers, you can as they're parachuting in. What you can't do, I fire a SAM, I hit your plane with a SAM, the two pilots bail out. I can't shoot them. If we're going to follow the rules of engagement and the laws of armed conflict anyway, I can't shoot people that have escaped a downed aircraft. They're not fair game until they touch the ground. But if you are a cargo plane and you're dropping in paratroopers, you can't land transport helicopters. I'm going to stop you. You have no fucking idea about the military. Helicopters aren't stealth. Iran has anti-aircraft capability. They're on people's shoulders. They're Stinger missiles. They have lots of this shit. People have these fucking things in their houses. 20 helicopters come over. 6 different places. You flew 20 over the mountains. You just lost 6. Now you're down to 14. Not a good fucking day out. Like, because every fucking house is a potential anti-aircraft site against helicopters. There's nothing for you to hit because it's not a target until you do the thing that causes them to react. It's the same thing with Mogadishu. If America actually gave a shit, they would study Mogadishu. The fucking warlord down there, they blocked all the streets. They burned tires. Why? Because it interferes with optics. It interferes with our ability to hover overhead and relay commands. Also, holy shit, there's tires burning. Go get my AK-47. I don't know where I'm needed, but I'm needed somewhere. The problem is you can't just indiscriminately kill all the people. Now, if you wanted to win, you take the handcuffs off of me, sure, because I'm going to say carpet bombing. Why? Fuck them, kill them, and eat them. But I need a letter of reciprocity that says when I get done winning this war for you, I can't be prosecuted as a war criminal. Well, and that's the case, fuck them. How could we have cleaned up Mogadishu? Kill them all. Kill them all, let God sort them out. Be Sarge from Doom. I say we kill them all. If we were desperate, we could win, but we couldn't invade them. We just fucking carpet bomb them. Yeah, then you have camouflage bunkers and tunnels. Exactly. That's the problem. I don't subscribe to what Israel is doing in, I'm going to call it Palestine, because fuck Israel at this point. They just announced that they're going to build more settlements in the occupied West Bank. Fuck Israel. Unfortunately for things, I'm going to say this, it's going to make me unpopular. Fuck Israel, and they deserve the next 100 years of war that they get. Israel deserves the next 100 years of terrorism in that region. They deserve every inch of the 100 years of terrorism they're about to get. You're killing you. I don't give a fuck what your doctrine is. You killed, maimed, or wounded 72,000 children. Look, man. You didn't fucking watch terrorist math. 10 terrorists minus 2 is 20. Israel deserves every inch of what they're going to get. Make me president of the United States. I'm telling Israel I ain't giving you any more munitions. I'm done selling you munitions because you would have had more than enough if you weren't fucking carpet bombing Palestine. Fucking bullshit. I would if I was made president, if I was made king of America, I would offer Palestine to be the 51st state. Fucking first day on the job. Hey, Hamas, I got a deal for you. You're going to agree to become the 51st state, and then you're not going to be in power anymore. You're going to fuck right off. And because it's much cheaper to do this, I'm going to give you and the rest of Hamas $1 billion to fuck right off. I'm going to put you on a Caribbean beach with your 72 virgins and whatever the fuck else you want. Go the fuck away. Let's get a Palestine for Palestinians. Fuck right off. At this point, I think you can blame many of Israel's actions on the U.S. since your military hardware is what allows it, or you continue to support. Well, yeah, but the other problem is that we have a treaty with them. We have a treaty with Israel that says we will sell them, we will support them, we will provide them spares, we will provide them munitions, which is the first thing that has to fucking go. Israel should not be allowed to be killing Palestinian children. Our military hardware is probably in the hands of every country at this point. Yes. Is there any sort of end date with this treaty? Nope. A merger with who?
The Ukraine.
What was this one?
In case you're not staying up to date with what's going on in your state, I live in Indiana, and Indiana is passing a bill that criminalizes homelessness. It criminalizes homelessness.
Criminalizing homelessness. Criminalizing homelessness is about that same shit that I talk about with CPS. CPS comes to your door because you can't provide for your kids. Then they take your kids, give your kids to another family, and then give them money through the foster care system, when if they had given you a fraction of that money, you would have been able to take care of your kids. Criminalizing homelessness. Okay, so yeah, throwing them in jail and giving them a record is sure going to help them stop being homeless. Let me tell you guys something why veterans in my mind come first. We have an awful lot of veterans on the street who are homeless, who are eligible for VA benefits, but they can't get their VA benefits because they don't have a permanent address. And if you don't have a permanent address, you can't be assigned to a VA center. So the veterans are told, if you can get a permanent address, you can get your veterans check. Now, I don't want to talk about the morality or the specific... What are you doing? I don't want to talk about the morality or the specificity about some VA disabilities, right? I will say one of my VA disabilities, if they would have given me better help and better treatment, I would be more than happy to give up my sleep apnea rating if they'll go back and admit that all they did was pump me full of narcotic painkillers. For those of you that aren't familiar with my story, a long time ago in a land far away, I had a shoulder injury. Incurred it on duty. Because they needed me to be a contingency planner and not deployable, all they did when my shoulder was messed up, I had a slap tear. All they did was give me Percocet. Now, if you've ever watched the TV show House, and people would say, well, House isn't realistic because nobody could be functional on that much Vicodin. Bullshit. Yes, they could, because I was that functional on Percocet. My prescription for Percocet was 2 to 4 pills every 4 to 6 hours. Does anybody care that hasn't heard the story before? If my prescription was for 2 to 4 pills every 4 to 6 hours, anybody want to figure out eventually what my pain tolerance made my script? Because it shouldn't be too hard. You can't use a P.O. box because a P.O. box is not considered a physical address. A P.O. box is considered a mailing address. Certain things can go through a P.O. box. Anyway, your stomach is fucked. Yes. But what happened at first was I was taking 2 pills every 6 hours. 24 divided by 6 is 4 times 2 is 8. So I was taking about 8 Percocet a day. And then I was taking 4 Percocet every 6 hours, right? So I was taking 16. And then eventually I was taking 4 Percocet every 4 hours. So I was taking 24 Percocet a day. Some people haven't believed me. I don't particularly give a shit. I wouldn't lie about the level of my pain addiction. I was taking 24 Percocet a day. Everybody saw it happening. In about a year of it happening, only one or two people ever challenged me. At a really long meeting, an all-day meeting, somebody saw me take 4 Percocet at the beginning of the meeting. And then we were still there. We were eating in the room and they saw me take another 4 and they walked over and they said, can I please see that? And they outranked me. So I showed it to them and they said, what is this for? I said, it's for pain. And they said, I've watched you take 8 Percocet. And I said, yeah. And then he reported it to my commander, and my commander said, are you taking your prescription in accordance with your prescription? Yep. That's it. I was on that for about 3 years. Finally, I needed to deploy. You would think that a guy taking that much Percocet would flag. I went in to pick up my prescription because I was needed to deploy where I had to go. I got a brown paper bag of narcotic painkillers and trazodone because I was taking a shit ton of trazodone to sleep because I was strung out on painkillers. Nobody flagged anything. I got home. I walked into the house with this paper shopping bag full of pills. And it was finally at that point where my wife said, no, this is, my wife was an active duty med tech. My wife said, no, this is absolutely ridiculous. She went and talked to a doctor on my behalf. The doctor called me in and said, what the fuck is going on with you? They sent me for a surgery. A couple of years later, they fucked up the surgery, so they had to do it again. They shattered my whole upper arm. They tried to put a surgical anchor in right about there. They hadn't been planning to put in a surgical anchor. When they put it in, they spider fractured my whole upper arm. And they barely got the tendon connected around the surgical anchor. About 2 weeks after I came out of the brace, my daughter decided, I was at home with my daughter, I had an infant daughter. She decided to take a header off of the fucking changing table. And because my wife was in a hospital of her own reason, so I had the baby. She tore my bicep tendon back off the anchor. They immediately said, well, we can't do the surgery for 3 more years. We'll just put you back on your pain pill regimen. Why do I have sleep apnea? Because I gained 60 fucking pounds. Why did I gain 60 fucking pounds? Because I'm chewing a bottle of Percocet every day. I'm a fortunate veteran. My VA benefit was given to me before I left active duty. I'm also fortunate because I got a medical retirement. They did right by me. They did right by me. There are tens of thousands of veterans who are homeless or unaliving themselves because they're stuck in bureaucracy. Quantum Traveler, what I will tell you is I saw the receipt for my deployment bag of trazodone and narcotic painkillers, and it was over $40,000 in meds. I had a paper sack of over $40,000 in medication because they had left the shipping and stuff in there. They just handed me 40 grand of meds out the door. That's why today, if I get a pain pill prescription, I give it to my wife. I come home. If I have pain pills, I give them to my wife. The pharmacy will usually give me a second bottle with the prescription information on it. It says duplicate, so that I can, so that she'll give me, like, if she's going to be out all day, she'll give me 4 or 2, depending on how long she's going to be gone. She'll give me my bottle and I'll have like 2 so I can, if I have to take them. I don't take pain pills unless I have to. I should get stem cells in Tijuana. I would love to participate in stem cell research for myself, but it is what it is. So we only have about 600,000 homeless people in America. Back to what I said early on. People in America want to take away Elon Musk's $600 billion of Elon Musk's money. But Congress hasn't been able to solve the problem with $40 trillion. How is his $600 billion going to suddenly fix the problems? See, I'm not against taxing Elon Musk when we have a plan. But we have 600,000 homeless people. Why?
In case you're not staying up.
Why do we have this many homeless people? It's bullshit. I'm going to play this one. I'm going to jump out of the room real quick.
Words you didn't know that are racist. When they would say master bedroom, that was back in the days because it was the master's bedroom.
The first documented use of the term master bedroom was in 1926. A newspaper laid out the floor plan for a Dutch colonial home in New York. And at this point, slavery had been abolished in all northern states for the last 122 years. That was in 1804, which was actually 5 years before Abraham Lincoln was even born.
To do a picnic because they would pick a nick.
This one is just ludicrous. The word picnic isn't even derived from English, so it certainly isn't an English slang word. In the mid-18th century, the word derived from the French word picnic, which denoted a social event at which each guest contributed to a share of the food, which is almost exactly how we use it today. I will never understand what the obsession with people who are so afraid of racism is with making things that aren't racist appear racist. They manufacture the thing that they are so afraid of. My main account was banned at 1.5 million followers, so please make sure to subscribe right here. Thanks, guys.
See, here's the problem. That guy gets his main account banned because he's trying to educate people. Now, yes, master bedroom. Okay, so he's not wrong, but he's also not 100% correct. Because in the South, the master's bedroom is the master bedroom. Like, we have documentation of that, right? We also have documentation of field, house, right? But some of these words, right? Everybody wants to be offended by everything. There are words, right? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Why the fuck did this country become so pussified? What is up with the pussification? The continuous pussification of our society. Like, we have some transgenders in the community. They're good people. We have some remember I said earlier in the show, The Catholics got to take care of the Catholics. The whites got to take care of the whites. The blacks got to take care of the blacks. Not only take care of ourselves, but fix our shit. And then when you're done fixing our shit, right? We don't know how far his debunking goes and what his larger goals are. Do they matter? Let me ask you this. Do they matter? If you debunk bullshit, even if he has a political agenda, why can two things not exist simultaneously? Sure, he has a political agenda for debunking things. But as long as he's debunking them and he's accurate, then what's the problem? Right? Like somebody I saw, some people, I think you're a fucking pussy on TikTok if you make your videos not downloadable. I think you're a fucking pussy. And I want to be able to hit a setting that says I don't want to see anybody's videos that aren't downloadable because I want to be able to talk about them. Somebody talked about how black people and indentured servants are radically different. Yeah. After Bacon's Rebellion. If you think the Irish and the Scots weren't as fucked as the black chattel slaves at the beginning of indentured servitude, then you must be allergic to fucking books. Because it was supposed to be a period of 5 years. But that transportation time didn't count, and the cost that got incurred transporting you got added. So now, all of a sudden, I worked on the boat on the way here, but somehow my work on the boat didn't pay for my passage. So I got here and my 5 years became 7 years. Sounds an awful lot like slavery to me. Right? We gotta stop with the bullshit. Right? Because here's what's gonna happen. If we can't figure out a way for each community to turn in on itself and through introspection say, look, our community is fucked, we have to fix it. That guy's going after a low-lying flute that any basic research could prove wrong. So it begs the question, what his larger goals are? For what we need the deeper dive into channel for mere snippets. No, you don't need that. Here, let me break this down for you, right?
Words you didn't know.
Why are you going after him instead of her? So I have a question. You say we need to dig into his channel. Why? We need to dig into her channel. Because she's the one that's propagating bullshit racism. The master bedroom picnic. No, you're full of shit. So his agenda is irrelevant if you don't want to talk about her agenda. And her agenda is to propagate racism. Because she is knowingly and willingly. True, she's ridiculous. It's easy to see. No, it's not easy to see. And that's what I wish we could get to. It's not easy to see. Because idiots have tens of thousands of followers because idiots like calls to like. She riles up tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. If you have a person that has a fire hose filling a basement and a person is emptying it with a thimble, the person is going to spend the rest of their existence with the thimble. It's never going to make a difference. Social media is the reason why the threads of our society are being ripped apart. Yeah, I will never be a popular content creator because I have a swift and assertive response to people's bullshit. I don't care. I told the guy had fucking probably donated 250 subscriptions on my channel. He said some racist, bigoted, sexist shit, and I said, dude, fuck right off. If you're gonna bring that shit, you gotta go. I banned him. He messaged me on Discord. And he said, sorry, man, I was just drunk. I said, that makes it worse. He's like, why? Because alcohol removes all of your bullshit and it lets us see the truest version of you. How you behave when you're drunk is the truest version of you. So if you're a racist, sexist bigot when you're drunk, then you're a racist, sexist bigot, but you're pretending not to be. Which I would rather have a good conversation with somebody who says, yes, I'm a racist, sexist bigot. Because if somebody says that, then I know what I'm working with. How is a jury going to work with races isolating this much and protecting murderers and siding with them? It's not. And that's the problem. Chris Rock's comedy skit about O.J. Simpson, we won. And Chris Rock said, what the fuck did we win? The problem is, do I support the U.S. sending money to the most beloved by Ukraine officials, Dun Brigade? Wait, what the fuck? You're going to have to put that into English because I don't even understand what the other half of your bullshit is. Why are you asking a loaded question? Why don't you ask me an honest question instead of a loaded question? Do I support the United States sending money to Ukraine? Abso-fucking-lutely. Why? Because in Trump's first administration, he was supposed to send about $420 billion worth of aid. And he withheld it because he was mad that the Ukrainians wouldn't investigate Hunter Biden. Because the Ukrainians were denied that aid and it was never caught up during Biden's administration, Russia was able to invade the Ukraine. I think that you judge a country based on does it adhere to its agreements. Donald Trump doesn't have to like that the Congress before him, under Obama, agreed to send Ukraine military aid. His job is not to interfere with it because the president is not there to represent the will of the people. The president is there. Because you've just said you're very honest and stuff. See, do you as an American citizen and vet support funding? Okay. I'm not going to answer your question until you tell me why, right? Why are you putting a particular word in quotes? I know why you're doing it. So why don't you be honest about why you're doing it? Because what you're doing is asking me a loaded question. That offends me because you're asking me a loaded question, believing I'm not smart enough to see the gun pointed at me while you're answering me or while you're asking me. So why the fuck don't you man up and ask me the question you want to ask without pretty quotes? Fucking man up and ask a man's question or be a coward with your quotes. So which is it? And again, this is a walking, talking example of why I won't be a popular content creator. Because no answer I give you is an answer you're not going to try to weaponize against me. Do I think there is a certain level of irony with what they've named themselves, considering what Putin's accusation against the Ukraine was 4.5 years ago when he invaded the Ukraine? You're damn right. You're damn right I think there's a certain level of irony there. Putin said he was invading the Ukraine to protect Russian citizens from Nazis. I'm sorry. Where the fuck did Nazis in the Ukraine come from? I know that I wasn't paying attention to that side of the board during the game 4 years ago, but I don't recall there being a fucking abundance of Nazis in the fucking Ukraine. Now, if you're going to say, do I support this? I support defending a sovereign nation that we agreed to support. However, if you're going to try to annotate it with anything, then maybe you need a little bit of education. Luftwaffe means what? In literal translation. What does it mean? It means air weapon. It means air weapon. Literal translation of the two German words. Nope, the literal translation is air weapon. The common usage becomes Air Force. Now, you guys are actually going to laugh that I have a video queued up for anybody that wants to try to bring that level of bullshit with German here. I keep some of these queued up for certain languages.
Snails.
Oh, you guys don't have the sound?
Schreck. Snails. Schnecken. To scare. Erschrecken. Lick. Schlecken. Tasty. Lecker. Horror. Schrecken. Taste good. Schmecken. Snails are frightened when they lick snails because to the horror of many snails, snails taste terrible. Schnecken erschrecken, wenn sie Schnecken schlecken, denn zum Schrecken vieler Schnecken schmecken Schnecken schrecklich.
Let's not play fucking games with languages, okay? Let's not do it. Let's not come along and try to be cute and clever. So you're supportive of it because it's irony and just Air Force. Do you think Ukraine people associated with are just Air Force after World War II and 70,000 towns and villages destroyed? If they don't, why officials named the brigade this way? Oh, see, look at that, man. I thought that you would have picked up on the smarter part. It's a literal, what the fuck is your association? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like I queued up that I was about to beat your ass like a fucking drum before you said it. I don't enjoy when people try to play fucking gotcha bitch. I don't like when people try to play stump-a-chump. Yes, I think there is a certain level of fucking irony because it is a translation that translates to air weapon. Is there a better version of air weapon? Now, World War II and 70,000 towns and villages destroyed. Yeah, guess what? That shit happened. Hold on. Hold on. What was the British Air Force's miss ratio in collateral damage? Because clearly you have that, right? Clearly you are ready and able to defend what the British Air Force's collateral damage rate was, right? And then, of course, you have in front of you the Army Air Corps' collateral damage statistics when they were bombing German towns, right? You have all that, right? Because either A, you have all of it and you're ready to talk about it, but Western occupational forces were fine with their branding. Hold on. The Western, so the Americans. Do you realize that the Marine Corps has almost never named itself? Are you familiar with that? Because I'm cool with your bullshit. Now you're gonna get schooled. Yeah, that's the problem. Luftwaffe isn't even a brigade. It's an unofficial name of a battalion. Because it literally is the reason why it was the German Luftwaffe versus the Royal Air Force is because that was their fucking names. That was their fucking names. Both sides bombed civilian targets. Why? Because they were dropping non-precision munitions through a bombardier scope, flying in wide formation. Why later, in retrospect, the tactic was called carpet bombing. Because, let me help you with something. If this is your target and your plane formation is like this, right? Because this is how the bombers would come in. Two of your fucking bombers aren't even in formation to hit the fucking target. They're there to hit the targets around the targets, which is why the tactic is called carpet fucking bombing. Back in the day, the rules of war is that you didn't put houses and churches and schools and hospitals up against military targets because you knew you were going to be hitting targets all around it. I don't mind if you want to try to play stump-a-chump, but I'm not a chump. And I'm not going to walk into your trap. You're upset because they're using a German name for air weapon. What's the difference between air weapon and Air Force and airplane? What's the difference between United States Air Force and Army Air Corps? The fucking vernacular of the language that named it. I like German. German likes to name things pretty fucking specifically. In America, we call it birth control pills. What's it called in German? Anti-baby pillen. You know what, man? If I'm naming a fucking pill and its whole goal is to stop the formation of babies, I think anti-baby pillen is a pretty fucking clever way so that people know what the fuck they're taking. You don't have some fucking gotcha bitch point here. They named their grouping, their military grouping, air weapons. What do we deal in? Drones. What you're trying to do is very desperately tie in some sort of Nazi connotation. By the way, the swastika is a symbol of peace that was then bastardized by Hitler's tactics, and the Nazi Party was a labor party. To say the Nazi Party in its entirety was always barbaric would make you an imbecile, because the Nazi Party was a labor party. It became corrupted. It became something else. So you're not as clever as you think you are. American fascists like the Orange Rat have taken sides, so Ukraine should receive support from all the decent people, especially those in the US. So I think it's very important that people realize, if you have to ask yourself the question, am I living in a fascist country? You already have the answer. The answer is yes. What's your point? That Nazi air forces did nothing wrong following orders from Adolf, or that Ukrainian neo-Nazi, neo-fascists cosplaying them with official sports are good? See, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, this person is so stupid they didn't even realize I played their playbook already. Look, son, you're 5 minutes late. Well, my question for you is, where did the Nazis in the Ukrainian government come from? Because while I wasn't looking at that side of the board, you only are repeating this fucking shit because Putin said it. You are dividing words by the real definitions. Holy shit, I'm dividing words by the real definitions? That's not the slander you think it is. Yes, words have meaning, and I actually like to use them that way. Words have meaning. What's a Ukrainian neo-Nazi? What's a neo-fascist? And why did you lump them together? Because neo-Nazis and neo-fascists, first of all, there's no such thing as a neo-fascist. Okay? There's no such thing as the neo-fascist. Neo-fascism refers to radical far-right political movements that emerged after World War II. Okay, so if they're already on the right, when did the right become fascist? Because the left and the right is a political spectrum. When did the far right become fascism? Because I can put anything on a spectrum if I make the spectrum larger and larger and larger, and the larger I make it, the less relevant it is. If I say that the conservatives are on the right and the liberals are on the left, that in no way says I endorse the fact that conservatism is fascism. Conservative is a stupid term in politics anyway. It's real simple. What we have in politics is we shouldn't have conservatives. We should have progressives and regressives. We want to go forward or we want to go backwards. We shouldn't have conservatives, right? We should have progressives and regressives, forward and reverse. And then we have the left, liberals, and we have the right, conservatives. See, now you have conservative over there. Do we want to make big changes or do we want to make little changes? Liberal, conservative. If we laid out the fucking political spectrum like a car, am I going forward or backward? Am I going left or am I going right? Am I progressing with liberal ideas or am I regressing with conservative ideas? Did we try something and it didn't work and we're going to go backwards now? Or are we going to keep going in that direction because we think it's working? See, all you're trying to do is you are arguing from a very piss poor position. You're once again another individual who didn't stop in good faith to have an argument, to become part of a community, to ask me what my opinions are. You came in here without knowing the first thing about me, trying to play Stump-a-Chump because I don't know whether it inflates your ego or you're at home and your dominatrix is behind you whipping your ass while you stroke your dick with one hand and you're eating Cheetos with the other. But all of everything you just spit out down there is absolute fucking dribble. Because you're equating, right, neo-fascism, neo-Nazism, but you're saying if you're on the right, you're a fascist. Being on the right doesn't make you a fascist. Being on the right means you have some certain views. I keep this available at all times because people don't realize that. I'll put you up here just to keep you on blast. Looking at the red column is the American conservative right. Lower taxes, want less government regulations, support gun ownership, want strict immigration, opposed to abortion, emphasis on religion and family. Where's the fascism there? Where is fascism in the red column? Because fascism, this guy's like, holy shit, this guy fucking came, this guy's guns a fucking blazing. Holy shit, look at that. I actually keep an early warning signs of fascism available for everybody too. Powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for human rights. Both sides of the American political spectrum have a disdain for human rights. Oh, I can't believe you're saying that. Well, let's talk about abortion. Abortion, both sides are fascist. Because the Republicans are against a woman's right to choose, and the Democrats are against the baby's right to life. So by a disdain for human rights, both parties are fascist. Identification of enemies as unifying cause. Both parties do this. Donald Trump's MAGA party does this to the inner core of the Socialist Democrats, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, AOC. The Democrats do this by pointing to Elon Musk and his wealth as being the enemy. He has too much wealth. So both parties in that regard are fucking fascist. Rampant sexism. I can't really nail the Democrats for rampant sexism, but I can nail a number of Democrats for soliciting prostitutes. I can absolutely condemn the Republican Party for rampant sexism because of who they elected as their president. Controlled mass media. Both political parties in America control one of the mass media outlets. Obsession with national security. I don't think an obsession with national security absolutely makes you fascist. I think that needs a few more words. But the Democrats are pointing at the Republicans saying you're fascist because you like ICE. As an immigrant, I like ICE. Rattle that around in your fucking brain case. As an immigrant, I like ICE. Why? Because there's a right way and a wrong way to come into the country. And if you're not willing to do it the right way, what other laws are you willing to not follow? Religion and government intertwined. Well, this is a big one. Religion and government intertwined. Both parties want this. Labor power suppressed. Oh, both parties want that too. By this chart, Poland is fascist. Little bit. By this chart, every government is a little fascist. Guess what? Every government is a little fascist. I've listened to you for a half hour when you said you were too honest and assertive. Now you cannot answer if, Azov, coming from National Socialist Party of Ukraine. Wait, stop. Stop your bullshit. When did you ask me that pointed question? And by the way, I don't owe you an answer. I told you at the very beginning I wasn't going to answer you because you chose to ask me a loaded question. By the way, they were under U.S. sanctions just in case of Obama or current Syrian leader. U.S. has a flexible moral. What the fuck are you on about? What the fuck are you on about? Let me help you out with something. You are not entitled to an answer when you ask a loaded question. I don't think you're smart enough to understand what a loaded question is. Do I think that the United States has an obligation to honor the military aid that it promised Wait, you made a loaded statement how honest and assertive you are. I've decided to test with... No, let me stop your bitch ass right there. There is no such thing as a loaded statement. A statement is by virtue loaded by the things I choose to put into a statement. There's no such thing as a loaded statement because every statement is loaded. It is either loaded with facts or loaded with opinions. Because now my question for you would be, what exactly would be an unloaded statement? When you choose to write a very long question, that's a loaded question. Because you are saying, if Azov, coming from National Socialist Party of Ukraine and led by Andrei Beletsky, who calls himself the White Fuhrer and writes articles of how National Socialism is the only political way for Ukraine, are Nazis. That's a different question. No, that's not an exact question. I'm going to break this down to you because nobody has ever schooled you. Who is the leader of the Ukraine right now? Don't try to fill it with 97 words. It's a one name answer. Who is the leader of the Ukraine right now? Answer it. Period. Dot. I didn't know his name took that long to type. Now you don't like being asked the pointed questions. You don't like being asked the simple question. Who is the leader of the Ukraine? No, I don't want you to say Zelensky, because the whole world recognizes President Zelensky as the leader of the Ukraine. So, since you decided to add more than one word, who is the leader of the Ukraine, if not Zelensky, in your opinion? See, this is the part of the show where you realize I'm the guy with the camera and I'm the guy with the mic, so I drive this bus. Who is the leader of the Ukraine, as recognized by the United Nations? Why do I think Ukraine is led by one person? Because I understand what the definition of the word leader is. Who represents the Ukraine on the world stage? President Zelensky does. Who goes to the United Nations? President Zelensky does. Who goes to the White House to negotiate with Donald Trump? President Zelensky does. Now, you're coming back with this bullshit. He isn't elected. His term came to an end 2 years ago. Okay, and his country is in a state of war. You're right, he is technically a dictator. Absolutely. How the fuck do you expect a country that is occupied, 30% of the country is occupied, how the fuck can they have free elections? It still makes him the fucking leader, though. Thank you. If he's a dictator, if he's a king, if he's a pope, if he's a maharaja, he is still the leader. So he calls to organize countrywide referendum about peace treaty, but can have elections. Right. Because having a countrywide referendum is a lot different than having elections. Because if the people turn around and they say, 70% of the people say yes, give up the land that's occupied so we can have peace, then he knows the direction. A call for referendum is a sanity check. But the point is you're like irrelevant facts. A person that has been known that they're a neo-Nazi since 2014, is he running the country? If Andrei Beletsky was running the country, that would be a different discussion then. If Andrei Beletsky was running the country, then we got to go all the way back to the start of the war, because then that gives Russia's casus belli more weight. If Russia says 4.5 years ago, this neo-Nazi is oppressing Russian people in Ukraine, so we're invading the Ukraine to free Russians who are being oppressed, that almost becomes a righteous cause for war. But the people that you're talking about are prominent Ukrainians, but they're not the shot callers. So let me help you out. If you want to have legitimate discussions, start with a series of questions that aren't a paragraph and a half long. Yeah, he's a brigadier general in charge of the 3rd Assault Corps. He's not the political leader of the Ukraine. Would the Ukraine deserve it if after the war he launches a coup and takes over? Yes. However, if right now he's the guy they need to win a defensive war. And I think that's the piece we're missing. A defensive war. Ukraine is the occupied country. I would have a radically different opinion if the Ukraine had invaded Russia with that guy at the helm of the 3rd Assault Corps. In my mind, since you asked for my honest, unabridged opinion, Russia deserves everything they get because they invaded a country illegally. Fuck them, kill them, and eat them when you're on defense. There is no such thing as rules of war when you're the invaded country. I think that people that have existed from the safety of social media failed to realize if you invade another country, claymores, bouncing betties, napalm, fucking fragmentation mines, rat poison in homemade cluster mines, what IEDs, fucking booby trapping the wounded, whatever the fuck you have to do when you're the invaded country, you're fighting for survival. I have no problem saying abso-fucking-lutely. When you're the offensive country, well, first of all, Russia didn't even have a righteous reason to go to war. I think that if you're going to try to trap people, holy shit, that's a lot of subs. 32, holy fuck. Appreciate that. No, it's the same. It's the same vote and organization process. By the way, your beloved Zelensky has just reburied the loyal Hitler collaborator from the church, among many other things, and glorifies his Nazi general and ideology. I have a question for you. I have just one question. How are you going to call a Jew a Nazi? I'm really confused. I mean, this isn't like the Adolf Hitler, the supreme race, where you get the the idea that Adolf Hitler said this is the supreme race and I'm not one of them, which was then later turned into a theory in Serenity, the movie Serenity, where the operative says, I'm building it, but I'm not going to live there. Zelensky's a Jew. So how is he a Nazi? Could you please fill in the blanks for me? Because it's really weird to me that a Jew would be a Nazi. Somebody on Kick said, my biggest issue with politics is we are too blinded by party and emotional beliefs to see if we hold off for just a decade, our lives would be massively improved. Such as if we spent a quarter of the U.S. military budget on free solar, we would completely fund 100% off the solar grid and battery for every residential house in 6 years. No, we wouldn't. I agree with this. This got lost in translation. Unfortunately, you are somewhat right, but you are radically wrong. The problem here is we could get off of petroleum for home heating, but it would take more than a quarter of the U.S. budget. The also ramification is when you cut a quarter of the U.S. budget, what you're literally doing is removing economic upward mobility for impoverished people. Because, for example, East St. Louis, there's an Air Force base 5 minutes away from here. We get a disproportionate number of candidates from East St. Louis. They are also, unfortunately, the bottom of the barrel. The moment we strip down the total number of people in the military, the people that need to get into the military the most are the people who can no longer get in. So say we do your idea. We're going to take a quarter of the military budget. First of all, it's only $100 billion. $100 billion isn't enough for free solar. Also, don't say the word free, say government provided. We could completely fund 100% off the grid in solar battery for every residence in like 6 years. Okay, so now you're not talking about a quarter of the military budget. You're talking about a year and a half of the military's budget. Because if you take a quarter, programmed rates, 6 years of one quarter is 1.5 years. So now you're talking about $600 billion. We can't do what you're talking about in $600 billion. You also have the problem of where I live, you can't be 100% on solar where I live. And everybody north of where I live, you can't be 100% on solar. It's a great idea, but recognize your idea has to be plausible. The defense budget isn't 100 billion, it's 1 freaking trillion. Okay. I guess we have to explain things to people. Okay. So we have colors of money. We have O&M. We have procurement. We have sustainment. And we have operational. Okay? Now, don't fuck with me. Because in the Air Force, I did budgeting. O&M, you could choose to cut this part of the budget. Procurement, this goes back 10 years and it goes forward as much as 30 years. You can't touch this money. The reason why you can't touch this money, this is where we get the big hoopla with when they decided that we weren't going to buy 400 F-22s. We were only going to buy 170 something of them because congressmen that don't know the first thing about the military budget said, because we're going to save all this money. Nope, all you're going to save is the production cost. The F-22, each unit for 400, divvied out the R&D budget by 400 units. The R&D budget had already been spent. So they saw it as, we'll save 400 million a plane. No, you'll save 50 some odd million, 100 some odd million a plane. The other 300 million is already spent. You could divide that R&D budget by 400, 300, 251 if you wanted to. Sustainment. You can't cut this either. You already built the building. You're not going to sustain it? So they just built the Joint Operation and Planning Center on Scott Air Force Base. $50 million building. $5 million annual budget for sustainment. You don't want to sustain it properly? And then the operational budget. This is that number above 1 trillion. The problem is, I appreciate where you're trying to go with it, but the budget that you can cut out of is about 400 billion. So if you're talking about cutting all of that, how small do you want your military? How many people do you want to cut? Lazy, I stopped paying attention to you when you stopped answering my questions. I don't think you understand that I don't owe you an answer, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to play Stump a Chump. I asked you a very simple question. How did Zelensky end up as a Nazi? And it took you that long to Google and find a Jew inside of Hitler's government. Holy shit, they were killing Jews. You think that there weren't Jews that pretended to not be Jews to survive inside of the Reich? Is that a fucking answer? Please demonstrate for me any idea where Zelensky has ever annotated that he's a Jew. No, I don't discredit your answer. I discredit your answer that you had to go Google and find it. I asked you about Zelensky. I didn't ask you for a historical answer about the Third Reich. I asked you, when has Zelensky been a Nazi? That was my question. How are you equating that President Zelensky as a Nazi? It's kind of like this. I don't condone removing Confederate war hero statues and renaming Confederate schools because I think hiding history makes us ignorant. That in no way means that I support what the Confederacy did. No, I didn't say how can a Jewish person be a Nazi. That was the second half of the sentence because I said President Zelensky is a Jew. So tell me how President Zelensky is a Nazi. Get there for me. Well, for starters, we can stop investing in stuff like AI drone strikes and military bases in countries we've already stabilized. Because even if you cut the military budget in half, the US would still be spending about the same as Russia and China combined. Okay, I'm gonna help you out here. Please up your game if you're gonna talk to me about the military budget. Because you're not arguing with another random person. We don't have AI drone strikes. Let me stop you there. I'm gonna stop your bullshit right there. We don't have AI drone strikes. All weapons authority in the United States military is still tied to a person. So let me stop you. We do not use AI drone strikes. We use AI targeting packages that still require a human operator to release ordnance. I don't give a fuck what you think is otherwise. A human being authorizes all weapons release in the US military. Now you said, why do we have military bases in countries we've already stabilized? That's a great question. And I do want to take the opportunity to address this point, because it's a point I think you don't understand, which is fair because you clearly didn't serve. What happened in Afghanistan when we started pulling troops out? Well, when we started pulling troops out of Afghanistan and we tried to turn Afghanistan back over to their government, the warlords poked out of their holes and they were said, oh, the US is retreating. And we honestly believed that the military that we had trained in Afghanistan was loyal to Afghanistan. What we didn't realize is half of the military that we had trained did the same thing that the IRA did with the Irish government in the reserves. Tuesday was the Republic of Ireland Reserve drill training. Thursday was the IRA meeting, and half the guys were at both. Because even if you cut the military budget in half, the US would still be spending about the same as Russia and China combined. And what? That's a factoid. But, and what? We have made commitments to countries all around the world to protect them. I don't think we should have, but we did. You understand that the United States' might comes from the position it's in that we are not invadable. There is no other country on the planet whose military makes them not invadable. Every other country is not invadable because of terrain, not because of their military. With the exception possibly being Great Britain, but the US versus Great Britain, we body them. Now, the US loves to pretend. First of all, I'm going to ask you what rank you were when you separated or what rank you are now. Because I take personal offense that you're speaking as the holy we. Because military members don't love to pretend we are the military that keeps the world stable. So that statement alone lets me know you didn't serve. Because the military members absolutely hate when we get deployed. US... Right. Loves to pretend that we being a personal pronoun, including you. The US loves to pretend that they, if you're not including your... See, this is why I can't have discussions with people, because they can't even communicate in the English fucking language. Like, I say, you're talking from a position of you're included in that because you use the word we. If you're not in the we, then say they. Say the US government. You're communicating in a written format. You obviously included yourself in this statement because you said we. But then I'm telling you that the military members absolutely don't subscribe to this. The US loves to pretend that they are the super military that keeps the world stable when most of the time we only ever joined a war to gain political or resource advantage. Outside of things like Japan hitting us in World War II and World War I and Korea and Vietnam and the first Gulf War, when we went into the Gulf War to liberate Kuwait, or Afghanistan, when we went into Afghanistan because the government of Afghanistan would not give us the terrorists that created the worst terrorist strike in American history, or the second Gulf War, when we went in there because Saddam Hussein was moving weapons of mass destruction that we knew he had because we sold them to him in the 70s when he was supposed to fight Iran for us. So other than all of those occasions, I suppose you're right. Zelensky doesn't enforce usage of anti-Nazi laws, supports openly Nazi people. Okay, great. I want you to tell me where President Zelensky is a fucking Nazi. Not all of your weak-ass things, because I got bad news for you, motherfucker. The United States doesn't enforce all laws equally. I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna give fucking President Zelensky a little leeway right now. He's in the middle of his 5th year of fighting a defensive war. Maybe he's a little fucking busy with people on the front lines to maybe not necessarily get around to enforcing every law that you would like. It all goes back to the point of please give me something derivative that he is a Nazi. To be fair, American English language is a melting pot of 7 other languages where it likes to contradict itself, where you can change one non-vowel letter in a word and say, oh, so hold on. You can't communicate in English, so now you're going to criticize English and have a very valid point, except I was talking about a personal pronoun. So what's your point? Just because American English is a melting pot of 7 other languages doesn't mean that personal pronouns suddenly don't have value. They or we or us or them. People tend to say we when talking about a large section of the population. No, if people say we when talking about a large section of the population, they're talking about them and everybody with them. Which is why you'll notice when I talk about the parties, I say the Democrats and the Republicans. Well, you're talking about, no, I'm talking about people who identify as Democrats and people who identify as Republicans. It's very clear as to who I'm referencing. My personal beliefs. My personal beliefs. My Catholic beliefs. Well, why would I say my Catholic beliefs? Because my Catholic beliefs aren't my beliefs to determine. They're the Pope's. If the Pope turns around and changes the beliefs tomorrow for the institution, if I stay a Catholic, I accept them. They become mine again. Or at that junction point, I leave the faith because I no longer accept the Pope. Words actually matter. See, what amazes me is when people say, oh, you're arguing semantics. Yes, I am. Because are you talking about they or us? Yes, you do. I'm saying the common man usually says we when talking for people of like mind. Right. And I'm not saying they don't. But when you say we, that includes you. What more do you expect from me? You want his photo in a third-rate uniform? I just don't understand what should it be that you cannot deny. Guy gives tanks to the most known living Nazi of Ukraine and supports all of his movements across the country. Like, what exactly do you need? Yeah, here, let me help you out with something. Once again, what you don't understand is, help you? Sure. You are so far in over your head about what you're trying to prove, you don't even know what your narrative is anymore. President Zelensky is giving a fighting force to a brigadier general who's winning a defensive war. Look, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. If we were invaded, I would give Jeffrey Dahmer a fucking organized unit of cannibals if I thought Jeffrey Dahmer could fucking win us the war. What you're saying is President Zelensky is giving military might to a guy who we've known since 2014 is a neo-Nazi or a Nazi. Great. He's fucking Zelensky's Grant. I cannot spare this man. He fights. I'm assuming you haven't read Lincoln on Leadership, so you have no idea about the Lincoln quote. General Grant was winning. Political people around Lincoln said he should call Grant back to Washington to oversee the bigger part of the war. Lincoln, it's quoted, it's documented. He says, I cannot spare this man. He fights. If you study the American Civil War, time after time after time, generals had opportunities to crush the Confederacy and they sat on their heels. Grant pushed forward on his toes. You're condemning President Zelensky because of a general he's using who is winning his engagements. I'm sorry. How does the man's political beliefs mean shit? Now, do you have records or documents that this guy is killing Jews? Because don't think post-coup Ukrainian regime invading post-coup Ukrainian regime invading. How did they invade? Hold on. You've lost me here. You've lost me. What are you talking about? Because you're going all the way back to 2014. You've lost me. Yeah, it doesn't matter that you've talked to another person. You're in my chat. I don't think you understand. The streamer is responsible. Yes, I see the tag, dumbass. He claims the 2014 revolution was a coup, so elected in 2019 as Zelensky. Yeah, that's what I was getting to. So this guy is so fucking dumb. He didn't invade anywhere. Because what he literally said was invading a part of your own country. You don't invade a part of your own country. You can only invade other countries. There's no difference between literal translation and loose meaning. Yes, there is. Oh, also no, there is a difference. Yes. Yes, we means everyone, but the average person understands. Nope, they don't. Let me stop you with something. You can't say the average person understands when 54% of Americans read at or below the 6th grade level. The average American understands incorrectly, as you do. Like when a politician says, we, the American people, only for them to say something that will never affect them because of an abuse of power. We, the American people, means that person is speaking on their behalf and all Americans. If you say they over there doesn't include me. Us, we includes you. That's the only fucking part I said. If you're speaking with a we and it doesn't include you, then you're speaking incorrectly. What if the part of your country declares independence? Is that an invasion then? By the way, are civil wars actually wars? Yes, civil wars are actually wars. Civil wars are simultaneously rebellions and revolutions. You know what determines which one they are? Who wins? In the UK, they don't talk about the American Revolution. They talk about either the American Rebellion or the Colonial Rebellion, or the Rebellion of the 13 Colonies. Because they teach it that way. That's how they see it. Clearly, you are too emotionally driven to... No, I'm not emotionally driven at all. I'm going to stop you real quick. I find it funny that you can't beat my argument because your argument is wrong, and then you said I'm emotionally driven when I'm neurodivergent and emotions don't come into any of it. Let me stop you. Anything that doesn't agree to your agenda is wrong. Well, yes, that's the same thing with you, hypocrite. It's the same thing with you, because if you didn't believe that you were right, you would have shut the fuck up like 10 steps ago when you were wrong. You're literally trying to argue the rightness and wrongness of language and usage, and I'm teaching you where you're wrong, and you are doing what all people with an ego do. You can't accept the fact that you said something wrong. So you've done what a toddler does. You've dug your heels in because you don't want to admit that you improperly used a personal pronoun. We includes you. Always. There is no we that doesn't include you. We should be charitable. Hey, you've got $1 million and I have 10. Can I have a handout? No. Then what you meant to say is people should be charitable. Rules for thee, but not for me. Please don't come in here with your fucking, your panties in a twist because I hold you to a higher level, right? You've literally walked through all of the arguments. I've beat your ass on the grammar, the usage, the syntax, and now you're saying you're too emotional. You're too emotionally invested in your position. You were wrong. We learn more from being wrong than we do from being right. Now, back to this other guy. So, why are you saying as U.S. citizens separated from UK saying that they cannot claim independence? I didn't... Stop. When did I say they can't? That's the problem, lazy, is that you're saying things that I said that I never did. When did I say they can't declare independence? You used the word incorrectly. They invaded them. They didn't invade them. I'm sorry if you don't understand how words are used. If this is my nation and this part of the nation declares independence, they have to win to be independent. They need to get the win condition. They need the victory condition. To be a country, I don't agree with this, but to be a country, you have to be recognized by the United Nations. Hence why Palestine isn't a nation, even though something like 171 signatories to the UN. Yeah, they need victory. Because if you win, it was a revolution. If you lose, it was a rebellion. If you win, you become independent. If you lose, you become part of the nation again. Did they lose? Yeah, they lost. They remained part of the Ukraine. Unless your version of history is different than mine, and they got independence and they joined. Yeah, they did. They were still part of Ukraine in 2014. The fucking point is the region remained part of Ukraine. Fun fact, Ukraine left USSR after Russia. No, they weren't Ukraine, failed to occupy back inside. In 2014, let's skip ahead. In 2020, what country did that region belong to? In 2020, what country did that region belong to? It's a one-word answer. At the start of the Russian war, what country did that region belong to? To themselves. Really? 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 Up to 2020 when they joined Russia. That's funny. Up to... We think murder is wrong. No, there are people in the nation that think murder is okay. Yes, you're correct. When you say we think murder is wrong, you are factually incorrect. Chestone, I'm sorry to say this to you, but you need to get educated on the English language. When you say we think murder is wrong, I'm going to ask you, which we are you talking about? Because if you're standing in a prison and you're a convicted murderer, you can't say we think murder is wrong because you're among a group of murderers. I think murder is wrong. Cool. I think murder is wrong because I can speak for myself. You can't say we think murder is wrong. Then why does the word we exist? Because it's a personal pronoun representing a group of people. Hey, wife, what do you want for dinner? A cheeseburger. I want a cheeseburger too. We think we should have cheeseburgers tonight. Why? Because I talked to another person and I need a plural possessive pronoun. Seriously, man, I can't help you. Go kick the shit out of your 6th grade or 7th grade English teacher for not properly teaching you pronouns. Now, back to this other asshole in Twitch chat. In what year? Russia annexed those two regions in 2022. Who recognizes them as part of Russia? Yeah, you're an asshole. Because you're an asshole. Because you're being disingenuous. The UN recognizes those two regions as part of the Ukraine. So, my question for you is, why are you trying to make up history? The UN recognizes those two regions as occupied Ukraine. Can you show me anything official? No, I'm honest. You're not honest when you say Nazi Party of Ukraine aren't Nazis. Again, I've never said that, you dumb fuck. This is the problem. You're trying to have my side of the conversation for me. You're interpreting my not answering you as an answer. I haven't answered that one way or the other. When did I ever say that? You're saying that in 2022, those regions became independent. No, the fuck they didn't. Why is all of Europe supporting the Ukraine? Those two regions are recognized. There are documents in several countries which recognize them, just as Kosovo was recognized. No. Which countries recognize them? Hold on. Which countries recognize as part of Russia? Russia did for sure because they invaded them, you dumb fuck. There's only one organization that decides which is a country and who it belongs to. That's the United Nations. Oh, there's only 2 UN member states that have recognized it as part of Russia. North Korea and Syria under the Assad government. Lazy. Get the fuck off my show and go do homework and come back. The United Nations General Assembly rejected Russia's annexation claim in October of 2022. The result condemning the annexation passed 143 in favor, 5 against, and 35 abstentions. The only 5 no votes: Russia, Belarus, North Korea, Syria, and Nicaragua. Dude, you're over at Cuba. Fuck off. We have the UN. The UN literally had a vote. The UN said no. So you're done here. Because you're factually incorrect. The UN does not recognize that region as Russia. They don't recognize that region as independent. I don't personally give a fuck what your view is, because your view, people of Donbass did the vote and they said, it doesn't matter if they did the fucking vote. Until they are fucking recognized by the United Nations. Quebec can't leave Canada. They can try to. California can't leave the United States. They can try to. Foul mouth. Fuck you. I like freedom of speech. I like freedom of speech. It allows me to say shit back to people. Yes, I cuss. Yes, if you fucking notice something, you fucking illiterate motherfucker, right? My channel is marked as a mature channel. Politics and sensitive social issues. We're good to go. Now, did California have a successful referendum? No. Okay. Lazy. It doesn't matter if they have a fucking successful referendum. That's called a rebellion. Unless the government of Ukraine says, we grant you independence, it doesn't fucking matter. Guess what? You want an example of it? No, it doesn't matter, because look at the United States. Look at the fucking United States. The Confederacy seceded from the United States. They said, we have formed our own country. We have formed a Confederacy of Southern States. And the Union said, the fuck you have. And what happened? The Union went south, eventually won the war, and all those fucking southern states are still part of the United States. One region of the country can't say we choose to be independent. I mean, they can say it, but then you got to win it. And if you don't understand that, you're woefully ignorant of the fucking U.S. Civil War. Ireland spent the better part of a century trying to get the 6 northern colonies back, or 6 northern counties back. Ireland says those 6 belong to us. England says those 6 belong to us. Is Northern Ireland part of the Republic of Ireland or part of the United Kingdom? Who is the government of Ukraine? Second president who shot 100 people to bring crowd to the stream and take over power using extremist groups. And what? Dude, none of that matters right now. The problem is you can't make Zelensky a Nazi. And here, watch this. Even if President Zelensky is a fucking Nazi, which he fucking isn't, but even if he is, he's currently in the middle of fighting a defensive war. My question for you then, if Russia is right in what they're doing, why does the majority of the United Nations say they're wrong? Which power should identify the status? The government of Ukraine controls that region. If the people in that region don't want to be Ukrainian citizens anymore, they can fucking leave. If the people in that region did what they did in 2022, by the way, after the war started, and they want to throw their lot in with Russia, Russia better win. No, nothing stopped them from going to Russia. We just discovered the Ukraine attack. No, you're done. Goodbye. He's just done. First of all, he said attacked. Second of all, he said boots never got on the ground. I can't deal with people. You had to say we, the people who think that, insert what you said, because people can't accept. Look, you're right. Chesterstone, I don't know why you're trying to be a little whiny bitch over on Kick with the grammar. If you say we, I assume it means you. And if you don't believe that we includes you, speak a different language. It's real simple. You can't use the word we and then have it not be you. We actually have a phrase for that. The phrase for that is rules for thee, but not for me. If we doesn't include you, it's not we, it's they. Go get educated on the English language. And this one I don't feel bad about. I can only communicate in English. If you don't think that we includes you, I don't know what to fucking be mad at your parents. I don't know who you should be mad at. Be mad at yourself because you're clearly adult enough to get on to Kick. Fucking take a grammar class. Like, I don't know what else to say to somebody who doesn't understand. How do you say we think murder is wrong? You don't say we think murder is wrong. Because you can't. You can't say we unless you identify the we. You have to identify the we. Who's the we? I think murder is wrong. Why do you think murder is wrong? Because the 10 Commandments tell me so. Well, why do you believe in the 10 Commandments? Because I'm a confirmed Catholic. Well, why did you get confirmed Catholic? I don't know. Felt like something that I should do at the time. We think that we should get cheeseburgers. Well, how do you know? Because I asked my wife. Well, what about your kid? Oh, my kid will always eat a cheeseburger. But you're right, I should check. Hey, do you want a cheeseburger? Oh, fuck, okay. We, being my wife and I, want a cheeseburger. The kid wants a pizza. We think murder is wrong. Well, you can't say we think murder is wrong. Because you can't give a morality thought unless you represent. We, the people of the Church of Jalan, have a doctrine that says murder is wrong. Jeffrey Dahmer sitting in the back pew, eating what I hope is chicken, is part of the congregation, but I don't know what he thinks. I know what he says. I guess I could go the long way of saying, I think murder is wrong and so do most people. And then you would be factually incorrect. What's most people? Most people. Well, what most people? How many murders are there in this country? How many murders are in this world? How many abortions are there? See, your problem is you want to be right. I don't give a fuck about being right. I don't give a fuck about being right. I'm just not going to let stupidity run rampant and not challenge people to say, your thinking is flawed. Your thinking is wrong. Your thinking is incorrect. You are using words incorrectly, and in a written format, if you're using words incorrectly, we can't talk about the substance because I won't concede the form. Somewhere along the line in this fucking society, yeah, what's the definition of murder? That's a great fucking question too. What's the definition of murder? Define murder. Or was it murder, or did someone get killed? Right, but this one, definition of murder. There's a lot of Christians out there, a lot of Catholics running around saying the commandment, you can't be in the military because the commandment says thou shalt not kill. No. That's not what the fucking commandment says. That's what a revision of a revision of a revision of the language says. The commandment says thou shalt not murder. Is it up to us to adapt to you? No, it's not. It's not up to you to adapt, because here's the thing. This is your problem. Here's the problem. This is me. And this is proper usage, okay? I know you don't like this too fucking bad. I'm giving you a reality check. This is me, and I'm standing on proper usage. And here's you. And your improper usage. It's not up to me to adapt to you. It's up to you to learn how to communicate in the English language appropriately. See, you can't talk to probably 75% of the population, maybe more. You're right, I can't. You are, ding, 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 you fucking finally hit the nail on the head, what I have said forever. I'm not going to look over fucking bullshit and roll with it because I'm not that streamer. I'm not that guy. I'm not going to say it's okay that you're an ignorant fuck. Most blue-collar workers don't get a voice with you. No, blue-collar workers get a voice fine with me. Because you know what blue-collar workers do instead of the shit you're doing? Blue-collar workers come in and say, I'm not a smart guy. This is my fucking problem. And I say, got you. Don't try to be smarter than the fucking college-educated guy. Just tell me what the problem is and we can talk about the problem. But you're the fucking Miss Nancy who's been caught up on me correcting your grammar and you're the one who's wrong. And you don't like that you're wrong. Guess what? I'm not your mom. I'm not here to pat you on the back or pat you on the head or open my purse and give you a candy because you tried really hard. My job is to tell you, pass, fail. Your usage of the English language is a fucking fail. I'm sorry you don't like that. I'm sorry that you think correcting people's grammar and punctuation is somehow racist or condescending. Guess what? There's this big fucking movement right now in literary where authors are being told they need to use smaller words because it's ableist if they don't use small words because people don't understand big words. What in the motherfuck have we gotten to? Why do we have 54% of Americans reading at or below the 6th grade level? More than half of Americans read at or below the 6th grade level. Now, Lash just said semantics matter. The law matters, semantics matter in the law to a paramount degree. There are people following the Ashes of Creation lawsuit who get mad at me because I correct them and they're like, I was pre-law originally. One comma, one word, one conjunction, right? One preposition changes the entire meaning of a filing. At, on, around, about. Those are 4 different ways to say something. Guess what? I don't expect a blue-collar worker to know the difference at, on, around, about. But I expect a fucking college-educated lawyer to know the difference between on this date at this time or on or about this date at around or about this time. Because if they don't put that, I'm going to say pieces. I'm out. Blue-collar workers have a great voice with me because they want to talk about the problem and you want to be a Miss Nancy and get upset because you got scolded. I'm sorry. Looking at your grammar and the way you communicate, you are one of the 54% of Americans who read at or around the 6th grade level. How do I know that? Because plural pronouns are about the 6th, 7th grade level curriculum. Now, I haven't taught English in 20 years, but I remember I taught it in 7th grade English. I'm sorry if that offends you. I wasn't your teacher. Well, I might have been. I'm sorry that offends you. You have a choice. Your choice is to either recognize you are ignorant of the proper usage of pronouns or be pissy that I fucking called you out on it. Either way, I don't give a shit. The problem is, it's not ignorance, it's laziness. Great, it's your laziness then. It's your fucking laziness because you don't want to pick up a grammar book and be like, shit, this streamer called me out because I don't know how to properly use pronouns. Maybe I should fucking ask ChatGPT to teach me how to properly use pronouns. Welcome to the root of the fucking problem. There it is. You have, and I'm sorry that so much of my community doesn't stay. I would rather just say we and hope the person I'm talking to knows what I am talking about. But the problem, motherfucker, you're missing is you can't say we because we includes me and I didn't elect you to talk for me. That's the piece you're missing. When I speak about my community, I speak about my community to game developers. When I talk to a game developer, I say my community predominantly wants these features in a video game. I didn't say we want this because we includes I have a fucking 100% consensus. I say the majority of my community. Personally, what I want is this. My community wants this. Some outliers in my community want that. Right. What is this we shit? This is you shit. When you say, I would rather just say we and hope the person, so what you're saying is you don't care if your message is misunderstood. You care for convenience, not accuracy. I'll give you a great one. Hey, come on, Bunny. We think all the black people in America should be killed. Come on, Bunny is going to say, whoa, motherfucker, whoa. Chris Rock, Morgan Freeman, Denzel Washington, they're all like, whoa, motherfucker, whoa. We don't think that. We don't think that at all. Because that we means we go away. If it's misunderstood, I elaborate. Okay, let me help you out. You are always misunderstood. Your ability to communicate in the written form in the English language is severely lacking. I would recommend that you get tutored in the written form of the English language. That is my professional assessment of you as a person with a graduate degree in education. As a person with credentialing in psychology, you have an ego problem that requires you to go to therapy because you can't accept the fact that you're wrong. Now, me being I am going to move on from this topic because you, being you, frustrate the shit out of me, and you are a walking, talking example of the problem in the Western world. I can't adapt to my audience. No, I can adapt. Watch this. I can adapt. I choose not to because I won't reduce the bar, because reducing the bar to lazy people is the way and the reason we ended up in this fucking situation in the first place. So you're right. I won't adapt to my audience because I would rather do this show to 7 people who are educated people, like 6'3" down there will tell you, I ripped him an ass. I ripped him a new ass years ago, right? I ripped him a new ass years ago about money. What did he do? Did he get offended? Did he fucking get his panties in a twist? I ripped the guy a new asshole about his money. Guess what? The guy fucking came back and he was like, shit, hit me with that Triple H shit. Give me fucking, give me that fucking knowledge. Guy is sitting on 6 figures now. Owns his own house, free and clear. I got nothing out of that. I'm not going to adapt. I'm not going to bring the bar down. When I was in school, a 93 was an A. A 93 was an A. An 85 was a B. A 75 was a D. And a 69.4 or lower was an F. Then we bumped A's down to 90, B's down to 80, C's down to 70, D's down to 60s. 60s? That's 9 fucking % of the material you don't know. Now we can't give kids 0 when they don't turn in the work, and the lowest grade we can give a kid is a 50? We wonder why people can't fucking read. We wonder why we can't read. You are on a platform that doesn't let people with hyper-specific multi-worded responses. On the internet, most people condense what they are saying because of response time as well as limited characters. You're full of shit. You are full of shit. Because the word you and the word we are 1 character apart. You've already admitted it's laziness. Don't blame the fucking platform. Don't blame the platform. You have already told us what the answer was. In case you missed it, right? In case you missed it, I'm gonna make it real clear so that you can get your own bullshit handed back to you. It is not a limitation of the platform. It is your laziness. I saw Lesh bring this one up. It infuriates my kids. May I, can I? Can I go to the bathroom? I don't know, can you? Well, I can't believe you're being specific. Yes, it's called one is asking for permission, one is asking for ability. Can I make a pizza? No, you can't. Why? Because you're only 11 and you're not allowed to cook, and I have to go to the grocery store. When I get back, you can make a pizza. No, you can't. May I? No, you may not. You don't have permission to do that. One is permission, one is ability. I'm sorry if you don't like it. I'm sorry your parents and your teachers failed you. I grieve for you. But it's this lowering of the standard. The lowering of the standard. The lowering of the standard. And before we get any bullshit, I'm a fucking immigrant who barely speaks English because I learned English from a man who speaks Gaelic. And if you know the difference between Gaelic and English, Hiberno is a fucking great language because it's the Irish people's way to speak the English language while giving them a big fuck you up the ass with the way they do things. And they just like to move vowels around in words. So I'm learning English from a guy who barely speaks American. I'm from a blue-collar neighborhood. And guess what I decided? About age 12, carrying fucking roof shingles up scaffolding all day one morning. You know what I decided at the ripe old age of 12? This shit's for the birds. This shit's gotta go. When they told me I was gonna go to high school and have to spend 4 more years in school to then do 4 more years in school, I said, fuck that. I got into college in my junior year. So don't fucking throw this blue collar shit at me. Half my family is blue collar. It's all bullshit. You're just lazy. How do I know you're lazy? Because you fucking said it yourself. I've written a paragraph longer than the character limit. Just copy what you've written, finish writing, and copy and paste. Yeah. You still remember your professor tearing you a new one? And English was... Yeah, Rongo's fucking first language isn't even English. And you know what? It vexes me. It vexes me. When Rongo catches me at something... my first inclination is to want to punch Rongo in the face. But when Rongo corrects me, it's been a fucking love-hate relationship for years. I'm like, motherfucker. And then I got one of these things, right? I got one of these sitting on my fucking... Fuck! Write that down. How many people carry around a book so they can write corrections for themselves? The problem is, my way is the hard way. My way is the hard way. Read a book. Look up 10 words. Did you know that annihilate means a 10% reduction in losses? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry, I said annihilate earlier. Decimate. I'm 46 years old. And I didn't know, I didn't know that the word decimated and the word annihilated had actual quantifiable numbers. Decimated is a 10% loss. Annihilated is a 90% loss. I didn't know that. I'm 46 years old. I didn't learn that any time in the military. I learned it when I was fucking writing a novel. Anyway. Yeah, deci means 10, so it makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, I don't mind when people have differences of opinion. I do mind when somebody comes in here and they say shit like Zelensky is a neo-Nazi or Zelensky's a Nazi. Give the person as much rope as they want. The person just wants to make a point. Look, I would rather just somebody say, I'm a raging racist. This is my opinion. Cool. Let's work from there. I can accept a racist who admits when they're a racist. Because then we can pull back the curtain and we can try to find the source and the root of this racism. But when you're going to be a raging racist and not own that shit, then you're weak. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. My voice is gone. My voice was gone an hour ago, but I can't let that shit go. I'm going to try my best to do a game show tomorrow. And then Monday and Wednesday next week, I'm off seeing my daughter and my grandkids. Once I'm back, I'll make up some shows because people are donating and subs and I respect my show. I will see you guys next week. Or maybe tomorrow, if not next Friday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy,